Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and it's partly sunny for us today, and we're going to get up near 80 degrees. In the news, students in the Clarksville Montgomery school system are wearing black and gold to school today as they remember their two classmates killed and the others who were injured in a devastating school bus crash on Friday.
As of Sunday night, one student remains at Vanderbilt University Children's Hospital, and another eighth grader, Bryson Reagan, is in a Memphis hospital with multiple broken bones, but a strong spirit.
I've been doing very good right now, especially with the medicine that I've been taking. It's really been helping me through the pain.
Bryson and his father agreed to talk with us from his hospital room. Bryson says he's grateful for the support of his classmates. Doctors say he'll hopefully be walking again in 6 weeks. But Bryson says the pain of losing his two close friends, Zoe and Ariana, is just as difficult.
They were a seat above me, and I was close friends with both of them. It was devastating losing them.
That is Fox 17 reporter Madeline Nolan there. Now, online donation fundraisers have been set up for the families of those two girls who were killed and also for Bryson. Well, the first paychecks in weeks are now being sent to airport security workers.
President Trump is promising TSA workers will get paid indefinitely, even as the Homeland Security Department remains shut down.
We're going to pay them for as long as we have to.
They've gone more than a month without pay, prompting a record number to call out or quit, leading to those long airport security lines. Lines so long, some travelers hired people to take their place and wait for them.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin reporting. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com.
The Dow falling nearly 800 points Friday, entering official correction territory as the S&P 500 posted its fifth consecutive weekly loss. This as the war with Iran drives oil prices to their highest level since 2022. It has investors fearing stagflation and pushing mortgage rates higher for the fourth straight week. Consumer sentiment, that's fallen to a 3-month low. That's according to the University of Michigan. The steepest drops were among middle and higher income consumers, likely due to stock market volatility and soaring gas prices. The Education Department says more than 7 million student loan borrowers who've been enrolled in a Biden-era repayment plan began receiving notices Friday with instructions to seek a new plan to repay their debt. Borrowers enrolled in the SAVE plan, which was struck down by a federal court earlier this month, have been in forbearance since July 2024 as a legal battle played out in courts. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning looking pretty good. We've got Dow futures plus 156 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 80. The S&P futures are up 25. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, so far things on the major roadways look okay this morning. I don't see any delays on 24, 40, or on 65. We are watching, though, however, because it's spring break right now for Rutherford County, Murfreesboro City, and Dixon County schools. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, Joan, welcome back.
Wow, thank you.
Sam, hello. Can I just tell you both that when I feel really bad about myself, all I got to do is check out the people at the No Kings protest to make myself feel better? Oh, my God, what a bunch of morons.
It's a freak show.
It is. I saw a grown man in a diaper. Now, I guess my question would be this, and we're going to get more into this at 5:35, but do they really think that they're bringing people over to their side? I mean, do they really think that grown-ass men in diapers is going to give them more credibility?
Now, Dan, did you ever stop and think to yourself that that was practicality over fashion choice?
You know, perhaps they didn't want to leave the parade or whatever it is. Maybe they didn't want to miss any of the riveting speeches that were going on at the No Kings protests. Justin Jones, by the way, our own Justin Jones.
Oh, was he part of it?
He went down to Williamson County, and he gave like a minute. I've got a minute 47 of pure, unadulterated BS. From Justin Jones. So I've got some of the highlights. You know, the part of what I've been doing over the weekend was watching as people would go up to the people in the No Kings protests and actually start to ask them, okay, so what exactly are you protesting? And they have no idea. They just have no idea. The cringiest thing ever. I think I tweeted this out. The cringiest thing ever. And you probably, Sam and Joan, you're both on social media, so you probably saw it. Jane Fonda and Bruce Springsteen.
Oh,
did you see their little sexy? The only thing they could do is a little 6-second video. And it's just,
Well,
I mean, it's really bad.
Wait, wasn't Bruce Springsteen supposed to perform live?
Yeah, he did.
He did perform live, but I mean, if you're
the cringy
gonna
part for me.
Yeah, if you are, I didn't actually. You know what? Let's
you don't.
let's play some
bad.
of the
So
boss at 5:35. But the little 6-second video they did, the little behind the scenes thing, it was really bad. Robert De Niro. I mean, it's just all the usual freak shows. Anyway, whatever. So we've got that story for you. Hallelujah for the TSA. They get paid today. No thanks to, the Senate and the House of Representatives. So I want to make sure I have this straight. So Trump issues an executive order or an executive action, whatever it was, mandating the TSA get paid. They're going to move funds around. Okay, that's really great. Meantime, the Senate, at the last minute, this was on Friday, passes a bill, sends it over to the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives said, heck no. And so they came up with their own thing, and now they've booted it back to the Senate so that the Senate can approve it, which I don't know if they will, but they're gone for 2 weeks. Do I have that right, Joan?
I think so.
I think we've got it all
But
correct.
isn't there some way? Are they convening via video? Is there something that they're doing?
The Senate?
Yes.
No, I don't.
No? Okay.
Well, maybe. Sam, maybe check it out.
Yeah.
But last I heard, they were going to be gone for 2 weeks. I don't think they can't vote on video, can they? They can't all do that.
I don't think
They
so.
talked about that during COVID.
Yes, right.
So, no, I don't think they can do that. So we'll talk about, there's all kinds of stuff going on. Anyway, welcome into Nashville's Morning News. I do feel better about myself after watching all of those nincompoops in the news at the No Kings protests all across the country.
I love the guy who had the orange smeared on his face, the old guy, and he had a crown. Did you see him?
I've got that video, Joan.
Oh, you do?
I've got that video.
I'm so glad
It
because he
is
was nutball.
And then the reporter started asking him some very specific questions, like, who would you like to see as president? And he said Kamala Harris. And the reporter said, You know, it's an interesting thing about Kamala Harris for you, as you're out here and all you folks, no kings, where you wanted Kamala Harris to win, yet she was essentially anointed or appointed by the Democrat Party, where she didn't even have to participate in a primary. She was just, granted access to, be the top of the ticket for the Democrats because they got rid of Joe Biden. Very king-like, or queen-like, very matter of fact. You know what I mean? So, there's so many examples, right? So you could talk about Joe Biden and COVID and how you can't work unless you've had the shot. That is a very king-like maneuver, is it not? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's a lot of different examples that you could use to say that the Democrats obviously are very hypocritical, and the whole thing is just so ridiculous. Now, I understand they had a lot of people out in Minnesota, which is where Bruce Springsteen was. He probably did. He sing that stupid song about the shooting of Alex Preddy? Is that what he did?
Yep.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm sure that it was riveting. I can't wait to hear that coming up at 5:35. Can we cue that up? All right. Very good. Anyway, the war in Iran continues. You know what's interesting about the war in Iran is that, and I've got all the latest here. President Trump was speaking late last night on Air Force One, so I've got that audio. Joan, you've been gone for 4 days now? Literally, the news cycle is the same.
Yeah, but I feel like so much has happened.
So much has happened, but I mean,
right,
we are still
in the same place,
we're
right?
still negotiating with somebody. We don't necessarily know if it's the right group,
right?
But then there's other groups in Iran that are saying, "No, you all will, burn from our missiles." That's what they're saying. So, I mean, yeah, you've been gone for a few days, and not much has changed. A lot has happened. A lot of bombs have. Do you know how many targets we have bombed? Like 13,000.
Wow.
And we still have 3,000 to go. We've got a lot of bombing left to go. So, and as you know, we've got a lot of troops now either heading to or in the Middle East, talking about ground troops. All of that is going on. President Trump now has told Israeli TV that the deal with Iran could be soon amid negotiations, and also says that as many as 20 or more oil tankers are set to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The president was asked how the negotiations are going with Iran. This was the president last night, got video. This was the president last night on Air Force One.
Getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. We'll see how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. They've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many, many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats.
A lot of boats. So in case you didn't catch that, of course, in Air Force One, they got to fix that. But you got President Trump talking about how the negotiations are going very well. And now they've agreed to send roughly 20 boats, big oil boats, through the Strait of Hormuz. That is going to happen at some point today. The president also telling the Financial Times, he's been talking to everybody. President Trump has been giving interviews everywhere. And he is also saying that the U.S. is already working to take control of the Strait of Hormuz, telling the Financial Times that he would love to take the oil in Iran, and is specifically talking about taking Karg Island. Now, as y'all know, that's the island where most of Iran's oil is exported from. And I've got a passage from the Wall Street Journal coming straight up. It is 5:15. Also more audio and video from President Trump. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
pretty much the same. There's no delay so far this morning on 24, 40, or on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, it's got to be great to wake up and be Marco Rubio today.
Why is that?
You see the straw poll at CPAC? Marco Rubio, even though J.D. Vance is still the big league front runner, Marco Rubio jumped 32%.
Wow.
And J.D. Vance dropped 8%. So Rubio is, on Vance's tail. And I think part of that is because of everything that Marco Rubio has done for the president, all the different jobs and all of the great job that Marco has done as Secretary of State. So we'll talk about that as well. So the 2028 front runner, hey, you want to do a Daily Dan poll? Let's do a Daily Dan poll, shall we? Hey, Joan, did you hear, I don't know if you could hear that, but Sam's eyes rolling when I called for a Daily Dan poll on this early Monday morning.
Felt it over here.
You're smart, Sam. So I want to know, has your opinion changed, or is your opinion changing on who should be the front runner for the GOP in 2028? I'm just curious. As far as Carg Island goes, here's what the president said. Maybe we take Carg Island. Maybe we don't. We have a lot of options, he says. It would also mean we had to be there on Carg Island for a while. Asked about Iranian defenses on the oil-rich island, the president adding, I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. Now, I will tell you that I've interviewed about 4 or 5 different experts on various shows and radio stations, including WTN. And just about every expert that I've spoken to says taking Carg Island and keeping Carg Island would be a very bloody affair. So I'm just telling you, I understand what the president's saying, but I'm telling you that there are people out there that are experts far smarter than me in military terms, but they are saying that it would be bloody, and it would take a lot for us to be able to keep Carg Island. And we'd also have to be able to get our ships literally through the Strait of Hormuz to get to Carg Island. Now, we all know that the Strait of Hormuz right now, got a lot of mines on the Strait of Hormuz, and you've got a lot of dangers for Israeli or American ships or ships that are affiliated with America. So taking Carg Island, the president sounds incredibly confident, and I love that. And I feel the president's confidence, but I don't want to be 3 months into this and, people saying, hey, Dan, I thought you said taking Carg Island was going to be easy. No, I never said that. The president is saying that he's got a lot of options. We'll have to see what happens. The president did compare the idea of taking Carg Island to U.S. involvement in Venezuela, suggesting Washington could control oil production indefinitely if we so chose. The president also spoke about how negotiations are currently going. Listen to what he says at the end of this particular soundbite. I thought this was really interesting. Donald Trump aboard Air Force One.
And I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up, whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated it, unfortunately, otherwise right now they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible or we won't. But we've had regime change, if you look already, because the one regime was decimated, destroyed, they're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable. So I think we've had regime change. I mean, you can't do much better than that. The regime that was really bad, really evil was the first one. That was done. The second was appointed, and they're gone. They're all dead.
So the president, basically, Joan, you could say that we are like 3 regimes in. because the first regime is dead, second regime dead.
Yeah.
Now we're going with the third regime, and as you just heard the president say, they're all dead. You know, it is an interesting comment, though, because the president has said, on the one hand, at different times, he has said that we could be wrapping this up at any time, but then other people within the administration, the president has intimated himself that we could be there for longer than anticipated. So, you know, he says that we have effectively won the war, which militarily, I get where he's going with that. I do understand what he's saying. He's also saying that basically regime change has happened. So I am noticing that some of the president's allies in the House and the Senate both have now said, you know, it's time that we wrap this up. We've inflicted enough damage. We've already gone through, as the president says, regime change. So I don't know. I don't feel like we're quite done, though, yet. I don't. And obviously we're not. We've got to figure out, okay, so when do our ships, when can Israel's ships, and when can our allies get through the Strait of Hormuz, among many other things. But the point has always been that we need a regime that we can work with and deal with and, quite frankly, control. And so just because the radicals are dead doesn't necessarily mean that the radicals that are remaining cannot take over again, because let's face it, there is a lot of radicals there in Iran. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. The super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. By the way, I've been dying to know from one Joan Jones how your flights were.
Oh, yeah.
Coming, you know, going to Maryland and coming back, because I thought that Maryland, I know that, you know, BNA has been pretty good, but I know that Maryland was one of those plagued airports.
Baltimore, yeah. BWI was crazy.
So apparently, so we'll find out about that too. I'm curious as to how long you had to wait, so on and so forth. Joan Jones and her personal experience. I just watched Fox News is on the TV in here, and had to change it from the Bravo channel. Who is in here during the weekend? Anyway, whatever. So apparently there was a flight in Atlanta, and a plane. They're getting ready. I think they were getting ready to take off. And they had to evacuate the plane because somebody like screamed a bomb threat or something like that.
Oh.
Can you imagine being at the airport for like 4, 5, 6 hours? You finally get on the plane. You finally get on the runway, and some A-hat starts screaming about a bomb, and you've got to get off the plane.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm surprised that person lived. It's a little tense.
Oh, just a wee bit.
Yeah.
Just a wee bit tense. And, you know, people who do that, I don't know what they charged that person with, or if they charged that person with a crime, but they really should charge that person with a crime if they have not. All right, got to go. 5:24 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Monday. It is March 30th. Mostly sunny today, breezy, and a high near 80. By the way, Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Marina Community, online at TennesseeNational.com. And I'll tell you what, Joan, this morning in particular, powered by Wally's Bean Machine. Upgrade the coffee in your office by checking out Wally'sBeanMachine.com, because you know what we say about Mondays here, right, Joan? Right, Sam? What do we say about Mondays?
They stink.
They suck.
Okay, I'm going with the stink word.
The only thing that makes Mondays tolerable here at the Radio Ranch is Wally's Bean Machine. All right, it is 5:24 now on WTN. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Hello, Joan.
Hello. So coming up the news, the gruesome discovery made by a hiker in Putnam County, and also ground troops in Iran, U.S. ground troops. We've got the story coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we have a Daily Dan poll, and the Daily Dan poll is your opinion changing on who should be the nominee for the Republicans in 2028? And the two options are, and Sam wrote the official options. Yes, Marco Rubio is making his case, or the other option is no, J.D. Vance is still the guy for the job or something. What are the results thus far, Sam?
55% saying no, it's still JD. You can't replace Marco. 45% saying yes, Marco's making his case.
Nadine says still too early to form an opinion on Vance versus Rubio. A lot could happen between now and 2028. Both would be an excellent choice. And I agree, Nadine. Let's see here. We also have, I'm sure people are saying, oh, that's a stupid question. I've had a lot of disagreement over the weekend. Maybe Joe, and I'm a little punchy today. Everybody's been arguing with me over the weekend.
And why are they arguing with you, Dan?
No reason. Moving right along.
Come on. You can't do that. You just can't lay that out there and then walk it back.
Sean says the fact we can have a discussion over two different people, that would make a great choice, is good news compared to the Democratic Party. Very good, Sean. Thank you. Great comments on the YouTube page. .com. I think what I was dealing. You know what? I don't have time to do it now. We'll do it coming up.
Can you give us a preview?
Little disgruntled of something that happened to me over the weekend. We'll talk about it straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll get sunshine today, and our high temps right around 80 degrees. What a gorgeous day it will be. In the news, a man in Putnam County who had been headed out for a hike made a gruesome discovery on Sunday.
The sheriff's office says that hiker found a partially decomposed body in a wooded area near Monterey. Sheriff Eddie Ferris says investigators are now on the scene working to figure out who this person is and what happened to him. Right now, they are going through missing persons cases, not just locally, but all across the state, hoping that something there lines up.
That is Channel 4's Hunter Hoagland reporting. The war in Iran has passed the 1-month mark, and now the first U.S. ground troops have arrived in the Middle East.
What we have seen in the past is when the president moves military assets into a region, which you always hear from this administration is, we're still negotiating. We're moving troops in. We like to do gunboat diplomacy, but peace is still a possibility. That's happened in Venezuela. We took out Nicolas Maduro. That happened before the Iran war started. Now we're a month into this war. Generally speaking, when you see the military move lots of troops and assets, they usually end up being used in one way or another.
That's ABC's Matt Rivers reporting from Qatar. Now, the Wall Street Journal is also reporting this morning that President Trump is considering a military operation to extract nearly 10,000 pounds of uranium from Iran. The Journal says the president is considering the danger to U.S. troops. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a problem on southbound 65 in Millersville this morning. This is before Louisville Highway, exit 98. There's a crash, and it's causing quite a delay. Also in Pleasant View on 24, the eastbound lanes past Springfield, Ashland City. Another scene of a crash this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for Monday, March 30th. We are almost into April. Joan, did you do your taxes yet?
Yes.
How'd you do? You do good?
No.
No?
No, see, my husband has a thing. He doesn't like to pay the government.
Right. One of those.
And have the government hold the money, right. Without any interest. So we owe $4,000.
But you probably save up for it, right? I mean.
We like to think we do. It's always like still a shock by that time you go, maybe we weren't putting enough away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know. Been there, done that.
Yeah.
We have yet to do our taxes. We've actually done them. I don't know why for whatever reason, we can't hit send. So we're working on that.
Yeah.
So real quick, coming up, we do have what people said at the No Kings rallies, and they're kind of silly. This happened in my house over the weekend. You want to know what I was told, Joan?
What's that?
I was told that I talk politics too much.
At home?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. So now I'm studying like all things Kim Kardashian.
Stop it, you are not.
And and I'm going to start watching American Idol.
Stop it. No.
Here's what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do, though, Joan.
You'd be behind, by the way, if you started with American Idol.
Whatever.
You got to just jump right into Secret Lives of Mormon Wives and The Bachelorette, man.
Don't do that.
The Bachelorette. But no, what I want to do, because I know Amy doesn't go back and listen. So here's what I want to do. Is this a good idea? Just to be passive-aggressive, I'm going to start talking about The Bachelorette and the Kardashians and whatever Sam tells me to watch that is totally and completely lame, and see if they can keep up with my true ownership of pop culture. Because I know she doesn't know or care about any of that stuff.
It gets interesting when you look at this season's Bachelorette and how they had to pull it last second, and now she's got these criminal allegations of domestic assault. Like,
okay,
that makes it interesting for me when there's a criminal element involved, and I'm like, ooh.
Here's what's funny, Sam. Were you there that day, Joan?
Yeah.
When I got really ticked off at Sam for dragging me into that stupid thing about the Bachelorette.
Oh yeah.
No. Here's the rest of the story. I get home. This was like a day later. And Amy mentioned it. And I knew everything because of that whole thing that Sam dragged me into. So thank you, Sam. I actually impressed my wife for a change. And then I started blowing it by talking about the Save America Act. So
you're welcome for the first half of that.
So I was told that I talk too much politics at home, which is fine. And perfectly reasonable. So I'm going to start studying up on all things pop culture. And I'm just going to annoy the living crap out of everybody in the house. And I'm going to, just talk about that stuff and see how they respond. I think that is a perfectly reasonable and mature way to respond. Joan?
Oh, yeah.
Joan is like, okay, Dan, whatever works for you. Yeah. Good luck with that. All right, whatever. It is. It's what interests me. I've always been like this. So whatever. Anyway. You ever been told that, Joan? You ever been told by your spouse that when you thought everything was fine and then all of a sudden you get a brick aside the head and be like, oh, I didn't know this was part of your disgruntlement against
hit
me?
With bricks? That sounds abusive.
The bricks thing is something that the woman does to, I hate to be sexist about it, but it's true. It's like what the woman does to the man, because the guys are always kind of like, oh, really?
Well, we're clueless, so then the brick comes out of nowhere. It not only hurts us, it stuns us because we were unaware that it was a possibility.
Well, it's exactly right. You think everything is fine, and then all of a sudden, could you just shut up about politics already? I'm sorry. Again, it's what I know.
It's kind of your life.
Well, it is, and it's my interest in that, and I've always been like that. So anyway, in other words, Sam, every day you got to tell me off the air what's going on with like pop culture-y stuff, so that I can just like stun and amaze them with my knowledge of pop culture. Now, no kings.
Well, on that show, Jesse and Jessica are getting a divorce, so I would watch for that. Okay.
Okay, good. You want to do? You want to hear Bruce Springsteen first? So this is what happened at No Kings, where we had Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz,
in his god awful burnt orange flannel.
Oh, Tim Walz was wearing burnt orange flannel.
Yeah,
okay.
like a common man. Here I am.
Sure, because he can fix cars. Well, you don't forget and load a shotgun. Don't forget, Sam, that you and I, we are threatened by his masculinity.
Oh, so much
Remember
testosterone.
Remember that whole thing, Joan? Where Tim Walz said that Republicans are threatened by his masculinity?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so he introduced Bruce Springsteen, and apparently this is pretty cringe.
Well, so it gave a whole really cringy speech about authoritarianism, all this stuff, which is just him relishing in the moment that, the attention's off of me and the fraud that I've allowed to happen in this state for the last several years.
Right.
Let's put it back on Donald Trump. And at the end of his little speech, he's like, we don't have a king, but we do have a boss. And he calls out Springsteen. And I'm just like, come on, man. Springsteen didn't help himself. He introduces his song, Streets of Minneapolis.
Right.
Renee Good, mother of 3, brutally murdered. Alex Preddy, VA nurse, executed by ICE. Shot in the back and left to die in the street without even the decency of our lawless government investigating their deaths.
How's that? Is that?
Their bravery, their sacrifice, and their names will not be forgotten.
And on he goes.
But this song will.
Yeah.
This song is terrible.
Well, through the winter's ice and cold, down Nicollet Avenue.
Whoo! Okay, we're done. We're done. Pot it down.
You got to keep going. Got to power through it.
Neath an occupier's boots. King Trump's private army from the DHS.
It's a poet there, man.
To their coats. Came to Minneapolis to enforce their law, or so their story goes.
This really, hey, Joan, just I'm going to talk over it a little bit. So, Joan, is this, and you musicians that are listening, because this is Nashville, right? I'm not a musician. Neither is Joan. Sam, I don't know if you are or not.
I am.
Okay, so, but I can tell you, just as somebody who is fond of music, this is terrible.
It's, Bruce Springsteen has always had that thing about his voice, that it's not a very appealing voice.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of been his appeal as well, because he's just like the common guy. But this is insanely awful.
Yeah, this is bad.
Yeah.
And it's not just his voice, the music is terrible.
All right, okay, we need to be done.
This is something that sounds like it would be on an episode of South Park. It's just the rhythm is bad.
It's
the
comical.
chord. Yes, it's almost so bad that it sounds intentionally awful.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised. It would be the greatest. It would be one of the greatest jokes in the history of mankind if he was just pulling a long con on all the liberals. If he was just getting them to buy his music and listen to it.
Oh, yeah. By the way, so there is a video. I need some video here, Sam. So there is a video of, it was Hanoi Jane, Jane Fonda, and Bruce Springsteen. Now realize, this is their moment to give a message to the people of America. What do you want to say about No Kings and the deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good? And what do you want to say to Donald Trump? Listen.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here?
No kings.
Do it.
No kings, do it.
You can do it.
No,
do it.
No kings, do it. I mean, and it's just, I did feel like, I don't know, the message of Jane Fonda and Bruce Springsteen was almost as lacking as Bruce's song.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here?
No kings.
Do it.
I mean, that's cringe.
We just need Nike to drop a version with their logo coming down.
Yeah.
Just do it.
Do it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Anyway, whatever. Let's see here. People thanking us for, not making people listen to the entire song.
Yeah, somebody said, please stop playing Mr. Springsteen.
All right, so there is some other videos. I got a video here. So this is, talking about the No Kings protest. Mm-hmm. So this is a woman who was asked for some specifics about the No Kings protest. And what exactly is your issue?
So what brings you out today?
No King's Day.
And why specifically are you out supporting No King's Day?
I think protest is important.
Why are you protesting?
How much time do you have?
A couple minutes. And what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Okay, so I would start with
Now you can tell on her face if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see that her face is like, oh, I got nothing, right? I mean, you can kind of tell if you're listening on the radio. She is just, her eyes are sort of wandering in that far away, looking up at the sky like I should have listened more when they gave me the little paycheck to come out here and hold this silly sign.
well, I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
There you go. Good job.
I didn't know that. I just, you're telling me now for the first time.
Yeah, it's like, good job, lady. So, but that was nothing compared to this guy.
Out of office. Yeah. Would you like J.D. Vance to be the president then?
No, I would not.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would not.
Now, this guy, again, if you're watching on Super Talk TV, great. You can see this guy is wearing like a crown, and he's got an orange face, which I'm a little confused about, because why would you wear a crown and an orange face and say no kings? Because that's what you don't want. Right? So the guy doesn't make any sense, but here's what he says.
Who would you like to be the president?
Kamala Harris right now, but she didn't win, but
Can I point out something that we say no kings and no authoritarianism, but Kamala Harris, no one voted for her.
yes, they did. Half the country voted for her, so let's not go there.
No one was voted for her to be the nominee.
Yes, they did.
Isn't that what, authoritarian?
You're going down the wrong road right now with me.
Oh, Joan, he sounds a little threatening. You're going down the wrong road with me.
Down the wrong road with me, little missy.
Oh, man. He's you know what's so funny? He's actually doing the head shake.
Yes.
They're actually doing the head shake.
I'm going any further.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore. That's what it means.
I just think it's ironic that no one voted for her to be the nominee. They just selected her like a king gets selected, right?
But keep it to yourself, okay? Bye. Have a good day. See ya. Take care.
What's your other sign say?
You don't need to see it.
Okay.
None of your business.
None of your business.
None of your business.
He's talking so fast at the end there. I mean, I think it's clear that the guy's not really a stable person.
Okay, so I saw in watching these videos, I mean, here's the deal. I could do literally the entire show on the lunacy of the No Kings protests, but I'm not going to. You're welcome. But here's 8064. Don't stomp your Prada shoes at me. All right, so people are, whatever. But I saw a man in a grown diaper, right? I saw people in furry costumes.
Mm-hmm.
I saw people, here in Nashville, you saw women in Handmaid's Tale.
That was
Handmaid's
the
Tale.
greatest piece of irony.
Yeah, Handmaid's Tale.
So insane. I was looking at that from Baltimore going, what?
Yeah,
What
and they're carrying
doing?
they're carrying signs with the names of Epstein suspects, if you will.
What does that have to do with
No Kings?
King?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
I wanted to point out to those ladies, who was holding Whoopi Goldberg's sign.
Well, and
did they know that The Handmaid's Tale is based on Islam? Just saying.
And here's the other thing. I didn't see anybody have a Bill Clinton. Did anybody see, and I didn't see all the signs, but did anybody have a Bill or Hillary Clinton sign as they're, walking down the streets of Nashville? So incredibly silly. The other thing is, and people are pointing out that Bruce Springsteen sounds like Mr. Potato Head Mouth.
He sounds like a South Park actor trying to do Bruce Springsteen.
A caricature of himself at this point.
That sounds like if he hits the wrong note, he's about to make a mess in his diaper.
Yep. Furry costumes, again, grown men in diapers.
How about the communist flags?
You had Palestinian flags, LGBTQ flags. You had hammer and sickle.
Yes.
Communism flags.
People protesting the conflict in Iran, even though they're kind of unaware that 40,000 Iranians have been murdered by their own government.
Yep. Oh, and this one. Unfortunately, this is kind of a visual, but let me show this to the folks, and then I'll tell radio folks. This is if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you see a photograph, and the sign says, "My dog is smarter than Trump."
Oh, no.
But she misspelled the word than. She spelled it then, T-H-E-N, not T-H-A-N. So here you have a woman calling Donald Trump stupid, and she misspells the word than and says then.
Pretty, basic grammar structure to understand that then means time and than means comparison.
Yep. And she's got a sign that says, lock him up. Okay. So anyway, I mean, that's the level of silliness and stupidity that we got to watch over the weekend.
Gloves? She's got like 2X construction gloves on. What are you preparing for, girl?
Well, number one, we don't know if that's actually a girl. Because, with the left, you never quite know who's who or what's what. Or who identifies as whatever. So
I can tell from here. It's female.
Okay, very good. Anyway, so yeah, and by the way, yes, I know. You had 500 groups, a total of 500 groups with $3 billion in revenues paid for all of these No Kings protests all across the country, according to a Fox News digital investigation. Okay, real quickly, and I'm going to do deep dives into all of this a little bit later on. Joan, how was your trip through Maryland? Was it terrible?
No, actually. So we were watching because when we were leaving, we left yesterday. We knew that there was a possibility that these lines could be super long. They were all weekend long. So then came the announcement that ICE agents were going to be sent, and Governor Wes Moore of Maryland, and this is why I'm so happy to not be there anymore. He announced that he was sending ICE troops. He approved the ICE troops being sent to the airport, when in reality, he had nothing to do with it.
Got it.
Yeah. So
it's almost like stolen valor.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can we just highlight his appearance at the Orioles game real quick?
He got booed so. Can you hear that? They hate him in Maryland.
Well, there's lots to hate.
Yeah. So anyway, we knew that the lines were long all weekend long, and we didn't know whether ICE arriving yesterday was going to help us right away. Like, does it take a while for them to work through this process? I don't know. So our flight wasn't until 5:15. We got there at 10:30 in the morning, just to be sure, because the lines were 5 hours long.
Right.
The day before. So, and for whatever reason, these airports that have the long lines stopped putting the exact number of minutes that it's taking, or, whatever, to get through a line. They close all of the security lines, get them all down into one security line. So every flight is in one security line in these giant airports.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then they just put up a sign that says, expect the lines to be long and show up 4 hours early.
All right.
That's all.
The good news is TSA is supposed to get paid today thanks to Donald Trump. Got a lot more straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News. Jones got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah. Did you know there's going to be a cage match on the lawn of the White House? This is kind of fun.
Is that today?
No, but it is coming up. I'll do a little explaining about what's going on there to prepare for it, coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A meeting is scheduled for 5 o'clock tonight at the Rutherford County Courthouse. It is the public emergency meeting to consider disciplinary action against library director Luann James. She has refused to move nearly 200 children's books with sexual LGBTQ themes to the adult section as directed by the board. James believes that doing so would violate kids' First Amendment rights. The board says her actions amount to insubordination and she may be fired. Are you ready for a cage match? Workers are putting up a 6-foot wire mesh fence in the shape of an octagon on the lawn of the White House. It's in preparation for the UFC. President Trump has invited the UFC to put on a mixed martial arts show for his birthday, June 14th, and as part of the nation's 250th birthday. But here's how ABC News has framed it. Quote, the celebration of bloody brute force dovetails with Trump's gleefully combative charisma and extreme ideological masculinity, a brawling, no-holds-barred approach to the highest office in the land. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures overnight were higher to start a holiday-shortened week. The major indexes all closed lower on Friday, the Dow plunging another 800 points to land at 45,166. The S&P fell 1.7%. The Nasdaq took the hardest hit, plummeting more than 2%. Besides battering stocks, the prospect of an extended war with Iran is driving up oil prices. Brent crude was trading above $115 a barrel this morning. As we pay more to drive to grocery stores and restaurants, we'll also be paying more once we get there. The USDA predicts that grocery prices will be up over 3% this year, while restaurant prices surge nearly 4%. Could the soaring cost of chocolate be behind the theft of over 413,000 Kit Kat bars? Nestle reports that a truckload, 12 tons of its candy bars, was stolen in transit between central Italy and Poland. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures are on the plus side. The Dow futures right now are plus 206. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, still working that crash scene on 65 southbound before Louisville Highway exit 98. It's stop and go from Bethel Road, exit 104 to that spot. Whites Creek on 24, eastbound side before Old Hickory Boulevard North. There's a crash reported in that spot. And just be careful this morning and all throughout the day, the week, as a matter of fact. It is spring break in Rutherford County, Murfreesboro City, and in Dixon County as well. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Monday morning, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you, and welcome on in to your Monday, March 30th. Brought to you this morning by Tennessee National Golf and Marina Community, online at TennesseeNational.com. Yes, indeed. TSA agents are going to get paid either today or tomorrow. Now, you'll recall on Friday morning, early Friday morning, we had the Senate pass that bill that went over to the House to pass the DHS funding. That was great news, right? Obviously, except now the House isn't happy at all. In the hours that followed the passing of that bill in the Senate, Congressman Scott DesJarlais, he was on the phone with Nashville's Morning News, and this is part of what he said.
I do kind of feel like it was a cave on the part of the Republicans in the Senate, and apparently, they're leaving town now. And I think the THS agents absolutely need to be funded. I voted to fund them. I don't think the American people who are traveling should be subjected to long lines because of this stunt that they're trying to pull in the Senate.
So at issue, of course, is that, yes, the funding was passed, but no funding for ICE or parts of DHS. TSA, of course, was funded. But, remember, ICE had already been funded through the big, beautiful bill, $75 billion, right? So part of what's going on is now the Senate passed it, goes over to the House. The House has said now, and this happened on Friday, I think Friday night, the House said, no, we're not going to pass what the Senate punted into the House of Representatives. So then the House decides that they are going to pass their own version, and now it's got to go back over to the Senate. And so if we're talking about the funding through the government as opposed to Donald Trump's executive order, which, it's all the government, I understand that, but, through regular funding, this is not going to happen for at least a couple of weeks because the Senate, they're gone for 2 weeks. And so to watch Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, he was so angry at all of this with the Senate. Basically, here's what I don't understand. And I said this on Friday. So you had the Senate, and they went ahead and they passed this bill. The Democrats did not get the reforms that they were looking for with ICE and the Border Patrol. They didn't get the reforms. And that was important to the Republicans because, remember, the Democrats basically, they wanted to defang and essentially defund ICE. Well, ICE and the Border Patrol, they're funded for like another 4 years with $75 billion. So I understand why the Republicans in the House are angry because they wanted to see ICE and DHS funded. But I think the Senate Republicans are like, you know what, at least we're getting this punted over to the House without them demanding all of those reforms. And so the Republicans in the Senate are like, we have kind of a victory here. I think that part of why this was pushed through, this was jammed through on Friday, is because the Democrats did not want Donald Trump to have a victory. They did not want Donald Trump to be the hero in getting this executive order in place so that the TSA could be funded. But that's exactly what is happening today. Is Trump had this executive action, this executive order, and said, all right, we've got to get TSA funded, so this is what we're going to have to do. And they did it. And so now, again, because of Donald Trump, I believe that he is the hero because he is the one that is getting TSA funded with no help from the Republicans. So ICE and DHS are already funded. The Democrats, they didn't get their reforms, and now we'll have to see what happens in the Senate with the House version of this bill. A lot of Republicans are not happy with the part about ICE and DHS not being funded. House Speaker Mike Johnson, he is angry. Republicans in the House are angry. You just heard what Scott DesJarlais had to say on Friday, just hours after all of this went down. They feel like this was just another parlor trick in the Senate. By the way, John Rose is going to be on with Murphy Show later on today at 4:05 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we'll see where Tennessee Republican John Rose is on all of this. I got to tell you that one of the things that I was impressed with was the fact that Byron Donalds and the Republicans in the House, they are very good at getting their messaging out. This is part of what Byron Donalds had to say, because a lot of people are coming down on Mike Johnson, House Speaker Mike Johnson. They're saying to Mike Johnson, listen, why couldn't you have just passed the Senate version? And Mike Johnson was like, hey, no, we're not going to do that because the Senate did not fund ICE or the Border Patrol. This is what Byron Donalds had to say.
We got to clarify a couple things. Speaker Johnson's done his job in exemplary fashion, and I'm not just saying that to back him up. I'm telling you because it's true. It's factual. Where this thing has all fallen apart is in the United States Senate. The House of Representatives has consistently funded all of Homeland Security, and the Speaker made the absolute right call in telling that piece of hot garbage that the U.S. Senate sent to us in the dead of night by a voice vote with only 5 members present on the floor of the United States Senate. He told them hell no. Every member of the House Republican Conference supported Mike Johnson. Where this has fallen apart is the U.S. Senate. Number one, you have Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats who refuse to let a homeland funding bill go forward because they want open borders and they want to defang and defund ICE operations. What they chose not to fund was one of the investigative programs looking for the more than 300,000 children that the Biden administration lost on purpose when they threw our borders open and did no interior enforcement. And then the second piece of this failure is that John Thune cut a deal with Chuck Schumer to allow a voice vote at 3 a.m. when the rest of the country was asleep. 5 senators were on the floor of the Senate, and they decided to make a decision on behalf of everybody else.
Yeah, remember a few things, and he's throwing a lot out. Byron Donalds, one of my faves, by the way. We keep saying that ICE is funded, again, $75 billion. That would last roughly 4 years. I think part of the issue here is that Republicans are worried that if they lose the House in the midterms, the Democrats won't fund ICE at all. And so I think the Republicans probably want to front load as much money for ICE as they possibly can. So that does make sense. You also heard him criticize the voice vote, just real quick. Basically, that's the easiest and the fastest way to get something pushed through in the Senate. You just heard him say they had 5 senators in the room, he says. And yes, a quorum in the Senate is 51 members, but you can have only 5 if nobody challenges the vote. So he is right. And I talked about parlor tricks earlier. Schumer and Thune get together and they say, okay, we've been mortal enemies, but we have to get this done. Nobody is allowed to object. Nobody's going to object. It's all orchestrated. And yeah, they pass it. And so you have a lot of people now that are really angry at the fact that in the House of Representatives, including Byron Donalds, angry that this is how it was done in the Senate. And I do understand why Byron Donalds, and I do understand why Mike Johnson are really angry.
Well, that was dead on arrival in the House. Last night, members stayed longer because we made sure that we sent a funding bill for the next 60 days to cover all of the Department of Homeland Security, and that went right back to the Senate. So I would urge my Senate colleagues, Republican and Democrat, go back to D.C., finish the job so these agents can be paid and so our nation can be safe.
All right, so that is Byron Donalds, really angry. And I get it. Because what the House wanted was just something they could pass, something they could easily pass, ideally that they would be able to pass what the House sent over to the Senate. But obviously that did not happen. And so now we have at least another couple of weeks unless John Thune calls the Senate back, because remember, they're on recess for a couple of weeks. So unless they're going to call the Senate back, we got 2 weeks of this nonstop nonsense, and we'll have to keep you updated. Remember, we've got John Rose going to be on with Murphy Show later on today at 4:05 to get his opinion on what is going on from the House of Representatives. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day today. We've got rain later on this week, though, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But a nice day today, mostly sunny, breezy, and a high near 80. I think it's going to be a little cooler tomorrow. But then again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we do have some rain expected. Your complete forecast is coming up on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. So Donald Trump, bottom line, is the hero. Everybody apparently hates the Senate, and the House of Representatives is throwing the Senate right under the bus, especially the Republicans. Tom Homan was on with Margaret Brennan over on CNN over the weekend, and she was trying to pin all of this on the Republicans, trying to use the argument that Republicans have majorities in both chambers. That was, of course, her argument, and Tom Homan basically was able to school her pretty well because, Tom Homan, he can do that.
Look, and the American people hold Congress responsible. They're on vacation right now while tens of thousands of DHS employees aren't being paid.
Right, but Republicans control both chambers. This is the president's party.
The Democrats shut down DHS. They voted to shut down DHS because they simply won't fund DHS because they want to change ICE policies so ICE is less effective in the interior. Remember why we're here? We're here because the last 4 years of an open border, millions of people are in this country illegally. Many public safety threats, national security threats, and we're out seeking them and arresting them, and they simply don't like ICE enforcing the law. They proved that last 4 years they didn't let ICE enforce the law.
So that is, again, Margaret Brennan. She is trying to blame the Republicans. And obviously, this is something where both parties have been throwing bills back and forth. But I would say, memo to old Margaret there, Republicans have tried over and over again to get these TSA agents paid, and the Democrats have held them hostage time and time again. It is true, by the way, that Senate Democrats did try to pass TSA funding bills only, but Republicans said time and again, no, that's not the way the Senate works, and it's not the way that the Senate works. Republicans also tried to pass bills to get the entire Department of Homeland Security passed. Democrats refused to do it. So, one of the things that Homan said, and I thought that it was well said, is that if the TSA agents get paid, and thanks to Donald Trump's executive order, they will be getting paid again today or tomorrow, then ultimately what that means is that the ICE agents possibly will be able to go home. But one of the big things that is being covered this morning is that Homan said, listen, even if the TSA agents do get paid, that doesn't mean that ICE is going to be leaving. You know why? Because we've had 500 plus TSA agents quit over the last 4 to 6 weeks.
Once TSA agents start getting paid, will ICE agents leave the airports?
We'll see. It depends how many TSA agents come back to work, how many TSA agents have actually quit and have no plan coming back to work. I'm working very closely with the TSA administrator and the ICE director to decide what airport needs what. But, God bless the men and women of ICE. So they're doing a job. They're plugging those holes. They're keeping the security of the airport at a high level, again, because of heightened threat, that we're in right now. Thank God the TSA, the ICE agents are there, protecting the exit lanes, doing identification checks, plugging the security holes. We got to keep the airport safe. We got to keep the American people, going through those lines. So, and ICE is helping, shorten those lines and adding security to each and every airport around the country.
So there you go, Tom Homan. It's interesting, too, because one of the things that people are calling for, and I love it, you know what? Take the paychecks away from the Senate until they get this whole thing taken care of. Take the paychecks away from the House of Representatives. Take the paychecks away from the people in Congress until they can figure this out. It is frustrating, and I totally understand why people are so angry, especially when you realize that, the TSA, they don't make a ton of money, obviously. So, we talked about this on Friday. How many weeks would you be able to float and work for free? People were dogging the TSA agents over the past couple of weeks because they have basically quit, left their post, whatever it is. Well, you know what? Most people could not work 6 weeks for free. They just couldn't, especially with the way things are now with the economy. So I appreciate that ICE is now in the airports. I don't know. Joan, when you were in the airport, did it look like ICE was doing any good? Because we're still seeing massive delays in, some of these airports. And so we do still have big delays.
So I spotted some of them, but it looked to me like they had just arrived. One was having a meal before he began. I went and thanked him, said thanks for, doing what you do. And we thanked all the TSA agents too. But it didn't look like they had begun working yet. But their mere presence helped to reduce the lines at BWI. And we're hearing, and I have this coming up in the next newscast, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, the busiest in the world. Things are starting to improve there.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, it works because it relieves the ancillary things that TSA agents do. They go out and keep the lines moving. They hand out water.
Right.
All of those things the TSA agents would normally be doing, these guys are doing it for them so the TSA agents can be on the lines.
Let's see here. The super text line, Trevor says Congress is broken. Trump should declare martial law and finish the deportations. Thank you, Trevor. Trevor and I agree. Let's see here. Robert says, and it's a long one. I can't read everything, Robert, but thank you. Hey, Dan, I think they should make the Senate come back. He says they should make the Senate come back. And I don't think John Thune is going to make the Senate come back. He should. But other people say the Senate is getting their paycheck. They don't have to worry about it. True. Let's see here. And people are asking about the Predators' rainbow hockey sticks, which we talked about on Friday.
The gay Predators.
The gay Preds. I bet you were enjoying that. We did a deep dive on that on Friday. We don't need to go back to that again,
I'm just
Sam.
saying they haven't won a game since.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, my goodness.
At least we were in a playoff spot. Don't know what that looks like this week.
Do you know what's going to happen, Joan and Sam?
What's that?
You've heard of the Yankees and the curse of the Bambino.
Yeah.
Are we now going to have the curse of the gay Preds? They're not going to win a game until they have. You know what they need? They need toxic masculinity night at the Preds game to sort of.
They haven't had a fight in quite a few games. Yeah.
That they need to have toxic masculinity night at the Preds game to offset, Pride night at the.
I think they jumped the shark personally.
I do too. Well, we went. We did all that on Friday. Anyway, whatever. It is 6:23. Yeah. 8602, John Thune is not doing his job. And other people saying, well, they did not pass that bill. 5 of them snuck it over the finish line at the end of, late at night, 3 o'clock in the morning. I get that. But bottom line is it did end up going over to the House of Representatives.
Well, so people just don't like the Thune he's been singing.
You know what ticks me off here is that if this was flipped around and this was the Democrats who were being railroaded and pushed, the Democrats would get it done. They would get it done over the finish line. They would have the help of some Republicans on the other side.
Right.
It would get done. Republicans can't get anything done, and it's so frustrating.
Well, it is frustrating because we talk about this over and over again. Every time there's an election, we
Yes.
talk about, okay, so, we got the midterm elections coming up. I mean, if you're a Donald Trump supporter and you are not motivated to go and vote regardless of, how you feel about, Congress and in the Senate and the House of Representatives, well, just know that they're going to try to arrest Donald Trump.
Yep.
Just know that they're going to try to arrest Pete Hegseth and perhaps Marco Rubio, too. I mean, that's what they're going to try to do. Impeachment is going to be just part of what the Democrats are going to try to do if they end up getting the majority in the House of Representatives. So anyway, lots more to come. It is 6:25 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
And coming up, we'll tell you what's planned for students in Clarksville as they return to school after a deadly school bus crash on Friday. That's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. It is the easiest way to sell your home. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now you can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they will sell your home fast. And yes, for maximum profit. Now, one of their satisfied clients, Steve, had this to say: my experience with Mark Spain Real Estate was beyond 5 stars. Not only did I get an amazing offer on my home, but we closed quickly as well. Steve says, I am so appreciative of Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, he's not alone. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 13,000 5-star reviews. They sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. Trust Mark Spain to provide the strongest cash offer in the industry and sell your home hassle-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer would be on your home today. There's no obligation. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing. Dan Mandis here, and I want to tell you about my friends at Vision for Life and Dr. Jeff Horn. Whether you're 20, 40, or 60 years old, Vision for Life has the right procedure to help you see clearly without glasses or contacts. Now, if you're tired of dealing with blurry vision, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life is the name that you need to know in Nashville. Now, Dr. Horn has helped thousands of people finally break free from glasses and contacts. Now, what makes Vision for Life different is that your treatment is tailored just for you. It's personalized. There's no cookie cutter approach with Vision for Life, just smart, personalized care using the most advanced technology available. So no matter your age or your eye condition, Vision for Life is the destination for vision correction. Schedule your consultation today and let Dr. Horn create a custom vision plan built around your lifestyle and your vision goals. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dr. Horn is where I went for my vision correction procedure. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Go to visionforlife.com, 436-2020, and start seeing life the way it was meant to be seen.
Good morning. It's now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, before the school day begins in Clarksville today, students, staff, and faculty will gather outside to remember the students who were lost and to support those who were injured in a school bus crash on Friday. The two girls who were killed were seventh graders at Kenwood Middle School. Channel 4 was there yesterday at Molly B's Tees and Embroidery in Clarksville, where they were selling shirts benefiting the families who are affected.
This community is what it's about love, enjoying it, and being here for everybody.
That's the Clarksville community, and it's just so beautiful to see in a world that so much craziness is happening. It's all just Montgomery County, one community, and it really gives you hope in America. Like, it just really gives you hope in people again.
For WSMV4.
And that's Steve Mailing reporting there. Channel 4 reports that people were lined up to buy those shirts all day long. The crash is still under investigation. The nation's airport security officers may start to see some money in their bank accounts for the first time in weeks today, after President Trump ordered the Department of Homeland Security to start cutting those checks. ABC's Jim Ryan says the prospect of getting paid again might have convinced some TSA agents to return to work.
On what is normally its busiest day of the week, Sunday, TSA lines at the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International, were virtually non-existent yesterday, as traveler Marianne Ferraro learned.
And I come up here and it's like a ghost town. I'm thrilled.
It might only have been a fluke, as the My TSA app shows security lines at Atlanta stretching to about an hour this morning. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And that is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mann is here from My Place to Shop for Furniture and Appliances, DT McCall's. I bought both from DT McCall's, and they can help you as well. Now, at DT McCall's, they are always looking for ways to save you money. Check out their website right now, dtmccalls.com. These folks are great Tennesseans, and they are great Americans at DT McCall's. You need a washing machine? They've got the GE Energy Star Ultra Fast Combo right now. With a rebate, you're going to save $800. And, of course, it is March. That means that you might need a new barbecue, and they've got the best in barbecues. Louisiana grills at great prices for all budgets. Now, that great prices for all budgets, that applies to everything. Whether we're talking about furniture, whether we're talking about appliances, you name it, they've got it at DT McCall's. And again, great prices and selection. So if you've got a room to fill, they can help with all the best brands of sectionals for the living room, bedroom suites, and dining room furniture as well. All at great prices and outstanding customer service. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Dan Mandis here for my friends at USS United Structural Systems. Now, they are your local experts for all things foundation repair, concrete leveling, and waterproofing as well. You know, these are folks that live here, they work here, and they understand exactly how Tennessee soil, Tennessee weather, and Tennessee homes behave. Yeah, they're not just another repair company. They've been trusted by Tennesseans since 1994, serving homeowners across Tennessee for over 30 years, and they've been serving my home for the last 12. As a matter of fact, I've spent good money with United Structural Systems because I trust them. They've done great work for me and my family. They're going to do the same thing for you as well. And, you know, at USS, they know how to read the signs. Every crack, every leak tells a story. And USS knows exactly what those signs mean. They pinpoint problems at the source, whether we're talking about foundation settlement, basement water intrusion, crawl space moisture issues, and a whole lot more. No guesswork, just expert diagnosis from people who know Tennessee homes. You want to find them online, USSTN.com. USSTN.com. Book your free home inspection there at USSTN.com. They are problem solvers, they are experienced, and they are local. They are United Structural Systems, 615-488-7855.
Yeah, they are still working that crash scene on I-65 southbound in Millersville this morning. It's before Louisville Highway exit 98. Also, Smyrna 24 eastbound side at Almaville Road exit 70. Police seem to be working an accident scene there. And you've got delays this morning on 24 in the westbound lanes that stretch all the way from a Blackman area all the way into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, it's so funny. Do you know that the Democrats are so threatened by Donald Trump paying the TSA agents through executive action that they're actually out there saying that it was an illegal action by Donald Trump to pay the TSA agents? This is how insane these people are.
They'll just oppose everything he does.
Yeah, they will. And that's okay. You know, that's okay. The more insane they look and the more unreasonable and irrational they sound and they act and they behave, the better it is for us. Now, Cory Booker, I believe, Joan, is running for president.
Oh, do you think?
I do.
Spartacus for president.
Spartacus for president. Spartacus in 2028. I'm going to play you a piece of audio. Now, this on the No Kings weekend, this where you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of people that are out, you know, and protesting in the streets of America. This is what Cory Booker said. I want you to listen to this. Now, do you believe that he means this? Cory Booker, one of the most divisive senators out there, and this is what he said.
I really believe this is a time where we need new leadership, new moral imagination to pull our country together, because the challenges on the horizon aren't just this current crisis that Trump has caused. He shouldn't be the main character of our narrative right now. We have real challenges from new technologies like AI and robotics, new challenges that we need more unity in our country and a reminder that we are not each other's enemies. In fact, our ability to find common ground has always been our greatest hope.
Are you kidding me? So he's going to play the unity card. Cory Booker is going to play the unity card? Are you flipping kidding me?
ChatGPT, write me a speech about, you know, unity in the modern era in America.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is what the Democrats, you know, they've had their big No Kings protest yet again. Is this the third? I think this is the third or the fourth.
I think it's a third.
Is it the third? So are they now trying to play the unity card? Is this like the opening salvo of, hey, everybody, let's be unified now? I can't imagine that's what they're trying to do. Because the Democrats have been nothing but divisive. The Democrats say the most god-awful things. I mean, look what we just saw over the last weekend with the No Kings protest and all of the nasty things that they said about Donald Trump and about the Republicans. I mean, I don't need to go through it all again, but oh, really? Is this really what you're going to do? Now, when you look at who the Democrats have, this is why I think that Cory Booker is running. Because when you look at how absurdly inept the Democrat Party is, and when you look at who's out there, you've got Kamala Harris and you've got Gavin Newsom, right? Tim Walz as well. I think Tim Walz is over, but who else is there for the Democrats? Like, there's literally nobody. You've got Wes Moore, right? Governor for Maryland. He's already come up once this morning. You've got, I mean, who else is there? I don't even know. So you've got Cory Booker, and I think that's it. Mamdani, I don't think he'll run for president. I think they know that he's too extreme, perhaps. You've got Kathy Hochul. But, I mean, other than that, so I think that Cory Booker, playing the unity card, which is such a joke and so incredibly generic. But I think that the Republicans, I think that, they've got two guys. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. The Republicans have two guys in Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance that are obviously looking really good. I've heard even people that are like independent analysts and some Democrats that are like moderate that have said that the Democrats could not hold a candle to a J.D. Vance and a Marco Rubio ticket. The biggest question is who would be at the top of the ticket. Now, J.D. Vance was at CPAC. I've got some audio from him later on. But at CPAC, Joan, when they do all the straw polls?
Yeah.
So GOP primary.
Why the hell is Rand Paul up there?
Well, I've got video, right? So here's the numbers. 2026 CPAC straw poll. J.D. Vance got 53%, but he is down 8% from last year. Marco Rubio, I think Marco Rubio is the biggest story here. Marco Rubio comes in at 35%, but he is up 33% from where he was in 2025. So J.D. Vance, and I like both these guys, so I'm just calling balls to strikes here. But J.D. Vance down 8% and Marco Rubio up 35%. Ron DeSantis is down 5% at 2%. Ron DeSantis,
I can tell you why.
Is it the platform shoes?
I mean, it's about finishing his run as governor. He's when he kind of got the idea, okay, I don't have a shot in comparison to Vance and Rubio's candidates. He turned full attention to Florida. Florida is flourishing, and he's preparing for the next step when he's done.
And what is that next step going to be, in your opinion?
I think he's going to have to throw himself back out into the national spotlight and get on with some, rallies and some touring to kind of build up. Because I think he's an underrated candidate for VP.
I think it's going to be a J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, one way or another. But I think that Ron DeSantis would be perfectly acceptable for maybe attorney general in the next administration. And remember, he was a JAG attorney, right? So, and Ron DeSantis. Overall, Ron DeSantis is very. This is X's and O's. I don't know if anybody cares about this, but Ron DeSantis is very likable. He is liked within the Republican Party. Some people mock him, of course. Chris Hand, of course, famously with the shoes, whatever. But I think that DeSantis has been a good soldier for Donald Trump. Donald Trump Jr. coming in at 2%, Ted Cruz at 1%, Pete Hegseth at 1%, Rand Paul at 1%, and Tulsi Gabbard comes in at 1%. So literally there's two guys. There is J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio on our side. And vastly speaking, most people say that there really is no downside to a J.D. Vance or a Marco Rubio. And even, we'll have to see what happens with the war in Iran, because if the war in Iran ultimately ends up to be something that we win with regime change and with a neutered and defanged Iran, then that is going to be huge for the Middle East, and that'll be huge for the Trump administration as well. Right now, it's teetering. The whole thing with Iran, everything just seems to be teetering. Trump is saying we could have a resolution with Iran in the next couple of weeks, or it could go the other way, and we could send in ground troops, and it could be a complete disaster. We don't know which way it's going to go. But if it goes our way, and then the economy gets better, and it could get better very quickly, these two, in my opinion, flag the tape. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I think that they'll be unbeatable. And by and large, the Republican Party, do you know of anybody, Joan? Do you know of anybody, Sam, who doesn't like J.D. Vance and or Marco Rubio? Like, I don't know of anybody who doesn't like them. I don't know if anybody.
I think J.D. Vance has some detractors
within the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know Chris. I think Chris has an issue with him. I can't remember exactly. His backers, maybe, whatever. I don't know.
He wasn't always so Republican, and he wasn't always, he was a Trump basher.
Well, so was Marco Rubio.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So was Marco Rubio. So was Ron DeSantis. So is Tulsi Gabbard. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? It's like there's some people who they're very myopic in their criticism of some of these people that are running. Because like you just said, Joe, and I'm not calling you myopic, but I'm saying, oh, J.D. Vance, he wasn't always on Donald Trump's side, but boy, that Marco Rubio is great. Do you not remember the epic battle between Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, the whole thing with the small hands? Remember that whole thing, Joan?
I do, but that was in the context of a presidential election.
Right.
But J.D. Vance wasn't running against Trump at the time.
No,
So-
J.D. Vance called Trump something like, did J.D. remind me what I think J.D. Vance said something pretty bad. Look up what J.D. Vance said, if you would, Sam, about because I think, did J.D. Vance call
called
Donald Trump
him
something like Hitler?
Noxious, idiot, unfit.
Okay.
And privately compared him to America's Hitler.
Okay, that's what I.
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
He later, now this is AI from Google.
This is years ago.
He later reversed his stance, explaining he was wrong and citing Trump's policy successes as a reason for his pivot, eventually becoming a staunch ally.
There you go. Listen, we all make mistakes.
We do.
Except for Joan.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
John's texting me right now.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I'm totally
You should
kidding.
see what you did this weekend.
646 on WTN. Joan, well, I don't know who's got the traffic right now on WTN. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today, breezy and a high near 80. Joan, help me out. What is the weather for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, let's see.
Because I know that we've got rain Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
So,
And my hydrangeas are really looking forward to it because my hose has, leaks in them, in it. So, yeah, my hydrangeas need the water. I know we've got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We've got some rain and possible storms.
And by the way, they're saying that those storms aren't going to be, so far, they're not
Right.
going to be terrible storms. So
Right.
we're not going to be in a bad spot.
Yep.
So tomorrow looks like partly to mostly cloudy, slight chance of rain shower, high 84 tomorrow. A little bit windy tomorrow too.
All right, very good. Very good. 649, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. All right, real quickly, because we did have the Daily Dan poll, and the Daily Dan poll was, and we concocted this early in the morning, and it was, because the big news from this straw poll is that minds seem to be changing about J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. More people now considering Marco Rubio as the main candidate for 2028, and not J.D. Vance, but still the vast majority of people in this CPAC straw poll say that J.D. Vance is still the guy. But my question was, is your mind changing as far as J.D. Vance being the guy at the top of the ticket? And so, Sam, what are the results and what are people saying?
58% say no, still J.D., can't replace Marco.
Okay. Yeah. Can't replace Marco?
As in, like, the argument being that J.D. Vance should still be the nominee because Marco's too good at his job.
Got it. Very good. Yeah, and there's a lot of people that still don't trust Marco Rubio with the whole pro-amnesty thing from many, many years ago. I think one of the things that I would say about Marco Rubio, and I don't know, maybe J.D. Vance too, whatever, but is that when they see that the Republican Party is going in a different direction, things do change, and things happen to change your mind. And I think Marco Rubio, clearly he sees where the Republican Party is going, and his policies and his opinions have changed to match what the Republican Party has turned into. But I do understand very much. Trust me, I know. This is Steve. I get the short memories. I totally get it. 651 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And coming up in the next hour, we are going to listen to a little bit of Justin Jones and his big speech at the No Kings rally here in Middle Tennessee. He was in Williamson County Oh, the moronic things that this moron had to say. I can't wait to play it for you coming up. After the news at 7, right now it is 6:51. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, TSA workers finally getting paid. Also, Tiger Woods is in trouble with the law. And maybe with President Trump, too. We'll explain coming up here at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:52 on Super Talk 99.7. You want to keep the following date in mind, Saturday, May 30th. I know that's like 2 months away, right? 2 months away. But in 2 months, next Saturday, May 30th, going to be a very big deal. The Glock store, it is their annual open house, and it is happening on that Saturday, May 30th. Here's the deal. This is going to be because I'm going to be there. Chris Hand's going to be there. I believe that Murphy Show is going to be there as well. And this is a great event. If you are a 2A supporter, if you have firearms and you want to buy ammunition, you want to bling out your firearm, you want to buy a new gun, you want to win some prizes, you want to join the raffles and hopefully you win something, you want to hear some incredible 2A speakers, you want to be at the Glock Store's open house on Saturday, May 30th. Again, 2 months away, but it is going to be well worth the wait. So you want to do save that date. Again, I'm going to be there. Murphy Show is going to be there. And also Chris Hand is going to be there. They've got all kinds of vendors that are going to be there. So if you want to check out some new firearms and you want to check out some of the latest and greatest equipment, you want to come to the Glock Store's open house. They do this every year. They have all kinds of great giveaways. They've got food trucks as well. Check them out online, of course. It is Glockstore.com. Shoot270.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. $6.53, Brentwood Jewelry, wrapping up March, heading into April. Lots of weddings are being planned right now. And I can tell you the best place for engagement rings is Brentwood Jewelry. That's right. You've got to check out their vast selection of wedding bands. You've got semi-mount engagement rings. You've got loose diamonds as well. They've got rings for every budget and every style for both men and women. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of the Mandis House. And, of course, Nashville's Morning News. Now, I bought Amy a couple of amazing pairs of earrings, and she bought me my favorite watch. But, hey, Joan, stop listening. Hey, Sam, you know what I'm thinking about doing? Because I've been talking about the incredible pocket knives at Brentwood Jewelry. They've got the William Henry knife collection. We're always joking about, slashing tires. I thought that maybe I could get Joan one of these fancy pocket knives from Brentwood Jewelry to slash Sam's tires when she gets mad at Sam.
I like it.
Would you like that, Joan?
I would like that
You're
a lot.
not allowed to use it with my car, only with Sam's or Democrats when you go out to slash tires.
I really like this idea, and I think Sam will like it as well.
Very good. The William Henry Knife Collection available at Brentwood Jewelry. Check them out, BrentwoodJewelry.com. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Find them online, BrentwoodJewelry.com. That's BrentwoodJewelry.com. Hey, 6:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, so we've been covering a bunch of different stories sort of as the morning progresses. And TSA, thanks to Donald Trump, is going to be funded. I believe they're going to get their first paycheck in quite some time, either later today or tomorrow. You even have Democrats, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, you have Democrats saying that Donald Trump is illegally funding TSA. And so now ABC News and Jonathan Karl, they were actually, over the weekend, they called out Senator Chris Murphy over the Democrats' hypocrisy on TSA funding. Listen to this.
I guess what's confusing here is you have fought and blocked the funding for the Department of Homeland Security because you object, as you just outlined, to what ICE has been doing. And you wanted to force changes. And yet, the only thing that has been assured throughout all of this is that ICE already has the money. Because as you said, $75 billion passed in the budget bill last year. So you're holding up the entirety of the Department of Homeland Security because you object to ICE and you want changes to ICE. But through it all, ICE continues to have the money it needs.
John, we're not holding up all of the money for all the Department of Homeland Security. That's just a false statement. We have said repeatedly, repeatedly, we should fund TSA, we should fund FEMA, we should fund the Coast Guard. We are not prepared to give ICE another $10 billion on top of the monies they already have and are using in many of these lawless operations.
So can I ask a question? When he says lawless operations, what exactly does he mean? Because as Tom Homan pointed out over the weekend, I mean, listen, a lot of the things, everything that ICE has been doing, the laws that they are enforcing have been on the books for years and years. I mean, they go all the way back to, Barack Obama and obviously Joe Biden. They just chose not to enforce the laws.
We're not going to give them another $10 billion unless they make fundamental reforms, including holding people accountable for the killing of American citizens.
And fighting over that additional $10 billion, you are holding up the rest of Department of Homeland Security.
We're not holding it up. I mean,
you're saying...
No, John, we're not holding it up. We have now voted 10 times.
Right, but you're holding up unless it doesn't include money for ICE. That's just a fact.
I mean, it is just a fact. So, good on ABC News and Jonathan Karl for calling out the Dems on that hypocrisy and that dishonesty at 7 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning at 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top story. Students in the Clarksville-Montgomery school system will be wearing black and gold to school today as they remember their two classmates who were killed and the others who were injured in a devastating school bus crash on Friday.
As of Sunday night, one student remains at Vanderbilt University Children's Hospital and another 8th grader, Bryson Reagan, is in a Memphis hospital with multiple broken bones but a strong spirit.
I've been doing very good right now, especially with the medicine that I've been taking. It's really been helping me through the pain.
Bryson and his father agreed to talk with us from his hospital room. Bryson says he's grateful for the support of his classmates. Doctors say he'll hopefully be walking again in 6 weeks. But Bryson says the pain of losing his two close friends, Zoe and Ariana, is just as difficult.
They were a seat above me. And I was close friends with both of them. It was devastating losing them.
That's Fox 17 reporter Madeline Nolan reporting. Now, online fundraisers have been set up for the families of those two girls who were killed and also for Bryson. The first paychecks in weeks are now being sent to airport security workers.
President Trump is promising TSA workers will get paid indefinitely, even as the Homeland Security Department remains shut down.
We're going to pay them for as long as we have to.
They've gone more than a month without pay, prompting a record number to call out or quit, leading to those long airport security lines. Lines so long, some travelers hired people to take their place and wait for them.
That's ABC's Olivia Rubin reporting. Golf legend Tiger Woods out of jail now, but he's not out of trouble. He was arrested after a rollover car crash in Florida on Friday. It happened just as he was staging a comeback.
Questions about Tiger Woods' future after the golf legend was arrested and charged with DUI. Authorities say Woods was speeding when he crashed and flipped his SUV near his home on Jupiter Island, Florida. He was not injured and passed a breathalyzer, but police say Woods refused to let officers take a blood or urine sample. Refusing such a test is a crime in Florida, and legal experts say it could hurt his case.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. Now, the New York Post is reporting that the Secret Service doesn't allow Tiger Woods to drive with President Trump's grandchildren in the car. Woods, of course, is dating Vanessa Trump, Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, with whom she has 5 children. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures on the rise this morning. The Dow futures are up 290 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Eastbound 24 in Pleasant View past Springfield, Ashland City, exit 24. There's a crash in that spot this morning. Brentwood, really slow on 65 North past Old Hickory Boulevard. That's where there's another crash. Murfreesboro Pike at Mount View Road, a crash in Antioch. And then in Tusculum at Nolensville Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard. That's another scene of a crash this morning. Westbound 24, very slow, all the way from 840 up into Nashville. Looks like just heavy volume this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.705 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and hope you are doing well, and welcome on into a Monday. It is March 30th, and of course, a No Kings rally over the weekend. I'm just beginning to think that the Democrats have no lives. I think that's part of what, my takeaway is from these No Kings rally. Also, they're completely clueless, and I've got some details coming up. We had some over the weekend here in Middle Tennessee. I'm assuming, Joan, we had them in basically all of the major cities in Tennessee. I'm just assuming.
Yeah.
We did have some of these women. We talked about some of this earlier. We had a bunch of women in Nashville in Handmaid's Tale costumes.
It's just the stupidest. Honestly, it's just so stupid. I can't even believe that they've got the nerve to be out there doing that.
Yeah, and they're wearing the Handmaid's Tale costumes, and they're carrying signs with names of Epstein alleged perpetrators.
It's like Halloween all over again.
It is like Halloween all over again. Well, it is silly. And here's the deal is that, and I don't know if, and I haven't heard from anybody yet, but I've asked openly, did you see anyone carrying a sign that had the name of Bill or Hillary Clinton on it? I mean, let's face it, most of those guys who have been named, they're Democrats. They're Democrats. So, I mean, part of my question is, okay, so what exactly is your point politically? But anyway, so we had, these people doing their thing all across Tennessee and all across the country. Justin Jones was at a rally in Williamson County. So I'm going to play some audio from and some video from Justin Jones' speech in Williamson County. You ready? Here we go.
Power to the people! Power to the people!
He, by the way, is screaming, power to the people. By the way, Joan, it's been a minute since we've heard Reverend Justin Jones. So the Reverend Justin Jones was out in force in Williamson County.
I just heard from the organizers that 1,700 people are gathered here today in Williamson County, Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn, can you hear us now? Speaker Sexton, can you hear us now? Gino Abuso, can you hear us now? I come here today from Nashville to stand with my sisters and brothers in Williamson County because they said that this was a red county, but when I look around, I see a multiracial, multi-generational, multi-faith movement saying that we're here to reclaim our democracy.
So wait, I just want to make sure I got that right. He just said that he heard that Williamson County was red, but that he sees a crowd that is multiracial and multi-generational and multi-whatever the heck else he said. So the Republican Party isn't either of those? Donald Trump beat Kamala Harris by over 30 percentage points in Williamson County. Republicans typically beat Democrats big time by roughly like 66% of the vote to Democrats' 32% of the vote in statewide elections in Tennessee and also in Williamson County. Oh, and by the way, the number of black Americans who voted for Donald Trump went up each time the president ran. So I think what they do, what these Democrats do, is they throw out platitudes that they think is going to sound good behind a microphone to a throng of people that are just going to cheer at everything that they say and woo-hoo, down with Trump, right? I mean, that's all they do. But it doesn't mean that anything that they say makes any sense. Because clearly, Justin Jones, Williamson County is not even about to turn left. It's just simply not. I mean, dare to dream if you'd like. But I will punctuate the last point that I made. Because he's talking about how I mean, it's kind of funny. He says, oh, multi-generational, multiracial. I'm sorry, but most of the photos and most of the videos that I've seen of the No Kings rally, bunch of old white women. Sorry. Just the facts. But don't let the facts get in the way of a good applause line in a speech. And by the way, one thing that Jones says, this is Justin Jones, one thing that Jones says is that, and the line is coming up, is we are in dangerous times. And I'd ask Justin Jones, really? Dangerous for who? Because we had not one, but two Americans killed horrifically last week by illegal aliens. You think that old Justin Jones mentioned that in his woohoo speech in Williamson County? No. But we do live in dangerous times. Absolutely we do. Because American people are being killed by illegal aliens that your party, Justin Jones, allowed in over the last 4 years of Joe Biden. Richard Williams was 83 years old. He was an Air Force veteran and a cancer survivor. You know what? He survived the military. He survived cancer. You know what he couldn't survive? Joe Biden's administration. Justin Jones put that in a speech? No? All right. Pushed in front of a train by an illegal alien in New York. Guy had a long criminal history. Multiple deportations. And, of course, Sheridan Gorman, the 18-year-old college student in Chicago. So I would say, yeah, Justin Jones, sure thing. We do indeed live in dangerous times.
We are in dangerous times. But one of the things I want to share with you, sisters and brothers, is something that one of my mentors, Diane Nash, told me. She said that you can judge the effectiveness of your movement based on the response of your opponents. And the fact that they're acting so desperate right now shows us that we are on the precipice of something happening in this nation.
Can I ask a question? Who's acting desperate right now? Because as far as I know, and Joan, you can back me up on this, Sam, you can back me up on this. What did you guys do this weekend? Here's what I did. I went to the movies. I went to the park. We tried to fly a kite, didn't work. But we went to the park. We went to the movies, had a great meal with my father-in-law. We went to In-N-Out. It was my father-in-law's first time at In-N-Out. Had a great time full of sparkling conversation. What did you do, Sam?
Just hung out around the house, got some homework done. You know,
all right.
Played with the dogs.
And Joan was traveling.
As traveling,
Yeah.
baby shower, all the family, all with family this weekend.
So these people on the left, they've got all of these No Kings rallies all across the country. So can I ask a question? Which side looks more desperate?
The one wasting their Saturday doing dumb stuff?
The one wasting their Saturday doing dumb stuff. Exactly right, Sam. Putting on makeup and, putting on costumes and all that. It's just, so I find it so hysterical that Justin Jones is like, oh, yeah, the other side, they're desperate. No, we're not.
Well, and that's really bad advice to be judging your movement by your opponent's response. We don't have a response for you. We don't care. We're focused on improving the country.
Right.
Whether it's removing people from this country who don't need to be here, whether it's ending a terrorist regime in the Middle East, we are focused on other things. We care not for your opinions.
We're trying to get TSA paid.
Yeah,
right?
we want our government employees who do a thankless job day to day to be paid, and you guys are going to support Congress people that delusionally think they're going to somehow defund ICE through it.
Right. It's just it's totally nonsensical and totally irrational what Justin Jones is saying. I've got a little bit more from Justin Jones. It is 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. As far as weather goes, mostly sunny today, breezy, and a high near 80. Watch for some rain a little bit later on this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Tennessee National Golf and Marina Community, online at TennesseeNational.com. They're bringing Nashville's Morning News to you this morning. So I'm playing some audio bites from Justin Jones, and I don't even have to be on the super text line right now to know that people are saying, well, why are you giving him so much publicity? The reason I'm doing it is because somebody's got to call out the idiocy of these people, because you've got the Tennessee Holler and some of these other folks that believe that Justin Jones and Justin Pearson and Gloria Johnson and all these folks on the left are God. And I'm just telling you that the things that he says are so demonstrably and provably untrue that you have to call them out.
People who are confident in their power don't have to rely on gerrymandering and voter suppression to maintain electoral control. People who are confident in their power don't have to criminalize protests and ban small paper signs from the Capitol if you're confident in your power. People who are confident in their power don't have to have people drug out the Capitol for simply saying care about your neighbor.
He's throwing a lot of BS out.
He's so good at talking about nothing.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's got a like Donald Trump said about Gavin Newsom, slick line of BS. But one thing that he said is that people who are confident in their power don't resort to gerrymandering to maintain electoral control. Well, guess what, Justin? Have you seen what's going on in Virginia right now? They're about to gerrymander most of the Republican Party out of Congress. They've already done it in Illinois, Massachusetts. Joan, does the state of Maryland have any Republican representation right now?
There's one.
There's one. So, and listen.
And I think I told you this before. He's on the Eastern Shore. And what they did was they took his district and split it up into two different districts, one on the mainland of Maryland and one on the Eastern Shore, so that it's impossible for him to win again.
Yeah. And listen. Republicans do it too. I'm not saying that we don't. We do. Donald Trump, really started this particular fight when he told Texas to do it. So, but you've got the Democrats that have been doing this for years, and they are experts, absolute experts in gerrymandering. So, the slick line of BS from Justin Jones, I mean, he's basically lying. But it doesn't matter.
He is.
He is. Okay, fine. Yeah. Very good, Sam. Sam is right. He is lying. But you know what the Democrats do when you lie? You go, woo-hoo. And that's what they're doing with Justin Jones. He also mentioned that Republicans have criminalized protests, or at least I think he's going to in one of the next sound bites. I've noticed that's a familiar thing that the Democrats have been saying. Can somebody tell me, please, how many people were arrested over the past, of the millions of people that were out there for the No Kings protests? How many were actually arrested for protesting? Can anybody tell me? None. I'll help us out here. No one was arrested for protesting. Now, there were some arrests for people that were attacking law enforcement, throwing bricks at law enforcement, vandalism and that kind of thing.
Primarily in Los Angeles.
Yeah, primarily in Los Angeles.
It's 74 to 75 arrests.
Yeah. But you know what they were doing in Los Angeles? They were throwing bricks at law enforcement. That's what they were doing. Here's a little bit more from Justin Jones.
The pendulum is coming. There's a shift coming. Can you feel it? Can you look around? Can you see it? And so we come here to say that we will not bow down. But the most powerful word in our democracy is we the people. Not we the corporations. Not we the rich.
You know what's kind of funny? I'm just listening to this again. So he says, we won't bow down to the corporations, obviously talking about the Republicans and the evil corporations. I mentioned earlier, and perhaps a lot of you folks know, but Fox News Digital did a deep dive on who funded the No Kings protests. $3 billion was spent on these on these protests, and you had all these companies. I think it was 500 groups with $3 billion in revenues. That is according to a Fox News Digital investigation. So while you've got Justin Jones bemoaning and damning the corporations, well, it's corporations that are paying for exactly what you are doing, Justin Jones. And you could see, I know that a lot of you folks have seen what was going on online. You had pre-printed signs and all of that, where people just, they grabbed some signs and they walked around and they hooted and they hollered. And that's what they did. And they did this in the previous two No Kings protests as well.
Wealthy few oligarchs, not we, the mad king and a corrupt regime administration, not we, the greedy, but we, the people.
So there you go.
Well, yeah, we the people spoke with our vote to keep idiots like you out of power.
Hey, did you hear what, hey, Joan, you'll love this. Did you hear what happened outside of Mar-a-Lago? Did you hear this, Sam, what happened outside of Mar-a-Lago?
Go ahead.
You had a bunch of women pull up their shirt.
Oh my God.
That'll show us.
Yeah.
What?
Flashing the man who famously quoted, grab him by the you-know-whatses. It's going to teach him a lesson.
Can I just say this?
Why were they doing that?
I also need a lesson taught to me. Be available out in the parking lot if you wish to display.
Sam will be out at the parking lot at like 9:05, ladies, if you'd like to flash them. You know what the thing is, though? Like, I've seen a lot of the ladies at these No Kings protests, and
that might be a punishment.
I would rather see them with the Handmaid's Tale garb on.
You know what? I'll take
as
a step
opposed
further.
to pulling up their shirts.
Give me the Iranian regime special. Everybody, full burqa.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why would they? I don't know what the protest was to lift up the shirts outside of Mar-a-Lago. I don't.
I don't.
Why? Like, what are you doing?
Not that he gets the same kick out of it these days, but Donald Trump of 20 years ago would have had a comment. Donald Trump of today would have moved on with his life.
500 groups, $3 billion in revenues. That is who paid for these things. According to a copy of the permit for the flagship march in St. Paul, Minnesota, Indivisible, a national, well-heeled Democratic political advocacy organization funded by George Soros, is the lead coordinator of the protest. Fox News, though, has also identified key participation by a network of radical socialist and communist organizations funded by Neville Roy Singham, an American tech tycoon and avowed communist living in China. Yep. So that's who the Democrat Party and Justin Jones and all these other folks are aligning with. And
I wonder how much, I mean, they funded it. So did Justin Jones get any money directly?
maybe they paid him gas money.
Is that legal?
I don't know. Is it legal for a? Probably not. But I mean, they paid for the signs. You know, all these people. You know, the whole grassroots organization thing. You know, all these people were paid. I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't grassroots. It's not grassroots when everybody has the same pre-printed signs, right?
But what's really funny is they show up and they think it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, the media will report that it is, right? The media was, oh, my God, grassroots, millions of people. It's really not.
And just because a couple of people show up that aren't on the payroll roster, we're unpaid protesters here. Maybe some of you.
Do you know what the funny thing is? All these unpaid protesters, if there are, and obviously there are some unpaid protesters, do you think they get ticked off when they find out all the other people have been paid?
No, not at all.
No?
Yeah, they probably look at it as, oh, well, you probably need that. You know, you're part of a disparaged group in society. I want that for you. In fact, if I had money, I'd give it to you out of my own pocket.
By the way, Scott Jennings was on CNN talking about the signs and the companies and all of the organizations behind the No Kings protests.
These No Kings rallies actually look pretty representative to me of the Democratic coalition. I saw people flying the hammer and sickle in New York City. I saw Hezbollah flags. I saw Hamas flags. I saw Palestinian flags. I saw trans signs. I see weirdo liberal boomers out there. This is pretty representative of the Democratic coalition, and that's who funds it as well, by the way. And so I think if America looks at this and says, what do the two parties stand for? They got it at the No Kings rally.
No, I think if you Americans were out there, Republicans.
You like hammer and sickle? You like hammer and sickle flag?
That's not what that No Kings stood for.
They had a bunch
of
them.
That, and that is,
they come from somewhere.
All right, No Kings rally? I did. I went to 6, and I'll tell you, there's so much excitement.
6?
There's so much energy. Yeah,
that's a lot of free speech.
I'll get you a T-shirt.
That's a lot of free speech for a country with a king.
That's a lot of free speech, and I'll tell you.
Oh, and the funny thing is, and I'll go back to this, then I'm going to move on, but you know, all these people saying, including Justin Jones, talking about how people are being arrested for protesting or whatever. They're really not, because clearly you can see that millions of people were out there protesting and they did not get arrested. 725 on Super Talk 99.7. Jones got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, U.S. ground troops arriving in the Middle East, and he grabbed a gun out of his dad's pocket. And now a little boy is in extremely critical condition. Those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 7:25, Dan Mandis here, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, this was my place that helped me feel better fast. I mean, this is like 12 years ago. One of the first places I went was the Wellness Institute of Nashville because I had back and neck pain. I mean, I had it big time. I went to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. I went through some of their non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. It did fix me right up. It can help you as well. And right now, it is cheaper than ever at 47% off. So you want to call them, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, telling you what the Dan deal, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. And that is a great deal. And it's, I believe, going to expire here in the month of March. So you've got to call them today. By the way, not only back and neck pain, but if you've got sciatica, slip or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, that can all be a past memory because they're going to help you out big time. They've got all the latest technology, by the way, at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. You can experience robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Painisbad.com is the website. Painisbad.com, 615-246-5009.
Good morning. Now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The war in Iran has now passed the 1-month mark. And now the first U.S. ground troops have arrived in the Middle East.
What we have seen in the past is when the president moves military assets into a region, which you always hear from this administration is, we're still negotiating. We're moving troops in. We like to do gunboat diplomacy, but peace is still a possibility. That's happened in Venezuela. We took out Nicolas Maduro. That happened before the Iran war started. Now we're a month into this war. Generally speaking, when you see the military move lots of troops and assets, they usually end up being used in one way or another.
That's ABC's Matt Rivers reporting from Qatar. A man in Putnam County who had been headed out for a hike made a gruesome discovery on Sunday.
The sheriff's office says that hiker found a partially decomposed body in a wooded area near Monterey. Sheriff Eddie Ferris says investigators are now on the scene working to figure out who this person is and what happened to him. Right now, they are going through missing persons cases, not just locally, but all across the state, hoping that something there lines up.
That's Channel 4's Hunter Hoagland. A father is facing charges for a shooting Saturday in Bellshire. It left his 6-year-old son in extremely critical condition. Metro Nashville police say 56-year-old Stephen Phillips fell asleep with a pistol in his pocket after playing with the boy in the living room. That boy apparently took the gun from his pocket and accidentally shot himself in the head. Phillips is charged with aggravated child neglect and unlawful possession of a gun by a convicted felon. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather straight ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 733, Super Talk 99.7. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. When something goes wrong in your home, you want the team that shows up fast, fixes it right, and treats you like family. That's Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your trusted pros for total home comfort. Right now is the perfect time to upgrade with Busy Bee. Now, when you purchase a 16-SEER high-efficiency HVAC system or a whole home repipe, Busy Bee is going to give you a Yeti Tundra 45 cooler absolutely free. And this month only, Busy Bee has TVA rebates available for tune-ups and unit replacements as well. Now, even better, their team files all of that rebate paperwork for you, so no hassle, no headaches, just savings. And if you want even more savings, join the Beehive Club membership and keep your home humming year-round. Members get priority scheduling, discounted repairs, free annual HVAC and plumbing checks, and extended warranties. By the way, you know what you also get? Peace of mind knowing that your equipment is always running at its best. It is the easiest way to save money, avoid breakdowns, and protect your home. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
In Pleasant View, you're still working an accident scene this morning, 24 eastbound past Springfield, Ashland City. Also, Tusculum, Nolensville Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. That's the scene of a crash as well. And in Paragon Mills, there's a vehicle on fire, Nolensville Pike. It's at Harding Place. Careful there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:38 Super Talk 99.7. Joan, I believe the YouTube algorithms may be out to get us this morning.
Oh, why is that?
So I pop onto YouTube just very quickly. Watch us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 99.7 WTN.com. And you can also, if you want to watch it after the show, you can do that. If you want to download our podcast, you can do that as well. But I pop on over to the YouTube feed, and it says that there's one person watching our stream right now. I know that that's not right. Is YouTube attacking us for my visceral attack on one Justin Jones?
Oh.
Because I know that, I mean, there's always like hundreds of people this time of the morning.
Yeah.
And they say only one person is watching right now. So I went to check out the comments to, see if there's people that are commenting on the YouTube page, as they always do. By the way, thank you, Lindsay, for saying that I'm looking extra bald today. Other people just, the love, I could just feel it from the YouTube chat. But anyway.
It's the lighting.
And there's a whole bunch of, whatever. So there's a whole bunch of people that are there. So whatever. I'm not going to obsess.
If you want the real numbers, we've got several hundred people still currently watching, but we have had a total over the first 2.5 hours. We've had 1,000 people pop in at least.
Okay. So thank you, 1,000 people that are popping in. We need you to pop in and stay.
And then disappear at 9 o'clock when Chris Hand goes on.
No. We love Chris. We love all of our fellow co-hosts.
We just want to win.
Well, we always want to win. Chris and I, you know this, Joan. Every night before I go to bed, I check my stats to see if I'm, beating Chris and Murphy Show as well. Of course, Murphy Show is never over when I'm on the air, but when I'm going to bed. But, we're always in a battle, for the most amount of streams or engagement or whatever the heck it is. So, no, but never leave when Chris is on the air. Or Chad. Matt, okay. I'm totally kidding.
Switch. When Chris comes on, switch from YouTube to another platform like Facebook or X. That way we can grow, the footprint from platform to platform and also lower his YouTube numbers so that we win.
No. You know what? Here's the odd thing about me, and I'm just going to tell you, then I'm going to move on because it's not about me.
There's only one thing. Sorry.
What?
Wow.
You said the odd thing about me, and Joan just totally read my mind and said, there's only one thing?
I totally missed that. Thanks, Joan.
You did?
No, the odd thing about me is I'm actually not all that competitive. I want everybody to win on the radio station. Even if I don't. But I do. But even if I don't, I want everybody else to win too. Moving right along.
Not in my household. Not in my neighborhood.
Whatever. 741. All right, speaking of winning, you know what? Here's another great Daily Dan poll. Let's do it real quick. Joan, do you think we're winning in Iran?
Are we? Of course we're winning.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. Fine. I believe that we're winning too.
There are some that extremely don't believe it. Yeah.
There are some that don't believe it. We are winning. There's different ways to identify what winning actually is. We are clearly winning the military war. Are we winning the political battle? That is a part of the discussion. Anyway, Donald Trump last night on Air Force One. This is your big Iran update for the morning. President Trump has told Israeli TV that a deal with Iran could be soon amid negotiations, and also says that as many as 20 more oil tankers are set to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The president was asked how those negotiations are going with Iran. This was Trump last night on Air Force One.
Getting a lot of the things that they should have given us a long time ago. We'll see how it works out, but they're very good. Moving along very nicely. They've destroyed a lot of additional targets today. The Navy's gone, the Air Force is gone, we know that. But we destroyed many targets today. It was a big day. And we are negotiating with them directly and indirectly. We have emissaries, but we also are dealing directly. And as you know, they've agreed to send 8 boats 2 days ago, and then they added another 2, so it was 10 boats. And now today they gave us as a tribute, I don't know, I can't define it exactly, but they gave us, I think out of a sign of respect, 20 boats of oil, big boats of oil, going through the Hormuz Strait. And that's taking place starting tomorrow morning. Over the next couple of days, a lot of boats.
It's a lot of boats. It's a lot of boats. Donald Trump. Now, he's been giving a lot of interviews. He also says that the U.S. is already working to take control of the Strait of Hormuz. He also told the Financial Times yesterday that he would love to take the oil in Iran and is specifically talking about taking Karg Island. As you know, that is the island where most of Iran's oil is exported from. Now, this is from the Wall Street Journal. Maybe we take Karg Island, maybe we don't. We have a lot of options, the president said. It would also mean we had to be there on Karg Island for a while. In other words, if we decide to take Karg Island, then it is boots on the ground, and it is a very dangerous situation for our men and women in uniform, because if we are on Karg Island and we are there and we've taken it over, well, then some people have said, and it's more than one military expert have said, that our men and women in uniform will be sitting ducks. It's like a fishbowl. I don't know if that's true or not. There's some people that are predisposed to saying that this mission is going to be a failure. But if you do some research, you will see that there are a lot of things to worry about if we have boots on the ground on Karg Island. Asked about Iranian defenses on the oil-rich island of Karg Island, Donald Trump adding, I don't think they have any defense. We could take it very easily. He compared the idea to U.S. involvement in Venezuela, suggesting that Washington could control oil production indefinitely. The president also spoke about how negotiations are currently going. Listen to what he says at the end of this particular soundbite that is coming up, because I've got traffic. But he says something very interesting here, and I'm going to highlight the comment coming up next. It's 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Pleasant View, 24 eastbound, an accident past Springfield. Tusculum, Nolensville Pike. We've got a crash at Old Hickory Boulevard. Emergency crews are on the scene. No problems on 65 or 40. No unusual delays on 440. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather, mostly sunny and breezy today, a high near 90. Now, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we are talking about...
high near what?
80. I said 90, didn't I?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. I said 90.
People about to walk outside with tank tops and gym shorts on.
No, don't put your kids in shorts. Amy's going to kill me for saying this, but one day she had sent, I don't know what she was doing. She certainly wasn't listening to Nashville's Morning News. One day I don't know what she did, because she's usually really good about this. She put Riker in like a shorts and a T-shirt, and it was really cold. I kid you not. Riker actually on the school bus, freezing his little tail off, and he sent my wife a text and said, how could you send me to school like this? Oh, my goodness. It was...
How dare you?
You're in trouble, mister.
I was at work, man.
Well, but you're retelling the story now.
Well, because I thought it was funny.
Don't.
I have one word for you.
Don't. Okay, I won't tell the story again.
Not in my household, not in my neighborhood.
Well, that's what she said after, whatever. Anyway, moving right along. 7:47, Nashville's Morning News. More from Donald Trump, and he spoke about how negotiations are going. Here's part of what he said.
And I would only say that We're doing extremely well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran because we negotiate with them and then we always have to blow them up.
I love that. I love that little comment. We negotiate with them and then we have to blow them up.
Whether it's the B-2 bombers or just terminating, as an example, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, probably the worst deal we've ever done as a country, one of the dumbest deals we've ever done. But I terminated it, unfortunately, otherwise right now they'd have a nuclear weapon. Then we did the attack with the B-2 bombers and we stopped them from having nuclear. And now we had to blow them up again. And we will probably, I think we'll make a deal with them, pretty sure. Whether it's possible, we won't. But we've had regime change, if you look already, because
this is the important part and the interesting part.
The one regime was decimated, destroyed. They're all dead. The next regime is mostly dead. And the third regime, we're dealing with different people than anybody's dealt with before. It's a whole different group of people. So I would consider that regime change. And frankly, they've been very reasonable.
So that is the president. Basically, he has said, in other words, I'm beginning to notice some signals or some signaling that we may actually, Joan, be close to the end. Because you have the president basically saying we are now 3 regimes deep. We've killed the top 2. So now we're on regime number 3. And this regime, the president says, is being very reasonable. You also know that the president has said many times now that we have won the military war. So now the question is, and we talked about this on Friday, so I'm not going to retrace or repeat what I said on Friday, but there is a difference between winning the war militarily and winning the political war, winning the geopolitical war. So there's different ways to define the ending of a war, but there is, and who wins that war. But there are Republicans, including Senator Kennedy out of Louisiana, who are basically saying, you know what, we've obliterated the living crap out of these people. It's time to wrap this up. And there's other Republicans that are saying that as well. So it does seem like Republicans are starting to feel the heat of this going on a little bit too long. The president has been mulling, as you know, he's been mulling the possibility of ground troops. We have a whole bunch of, troops in the region now. But, for me, we've got ships that are going into the region, and you've got all kinds of ground troops in the region as well. By the way, Iran is constantly saber rattling, which is, by the way, they're right. Our president is going to do what he's going to do, and we're doing what we're doing. And they do have a right to defend themselves, and they do have a right to threaten America. The more that they threaten America, though, the more that, they're really fanning the flames of war. Here's more from Donald Trump.
So I think we've had regime change. I mean, you can't do much better than that. The regime that was really bad, really evil was the first one. That was done. The second was appointed, and they're gone. They're all dead, other than one who may have a little life. And then there really are the third group, and the third group of people that seem to be much more reasonable. It truly is regime change. And regime change is an imperative, but I think we have it automatically.
So that is Donald Trump. Coming up, what he says about boots on the ground. It is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Always appreciate your comments. And Joan's got the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan, what do we got?
So is the president's overture to TSA agents, giving them some back pay, is that enough to get them back to work? We'll tell you what some of them are saying. Also, why a librarian's job is on the line tonight during a public meeting. Those stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ridgeside, K9, Nashville. I love these folks because I love dogs. And if you love dogs and you've got a dog that, I don't know, needs some training, not doing what you need the dog to do? Well, Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I call them the dog whisperers. And if you've got a dog that has aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, well, they can help you. They can help you help your dog with just about anything. They've been doing this for years, as a matter of fact. At 25 years and thousands of dogs later, I'm going to tell you, and I don't believe this is going to be something that sounds morbid. I think that it is just something that they have done, which is they've saved the lives of a lot of dogs. Because you talk to the customers of Ridgeside Canine Nashville, the dog owners, and you're talking about people that were in that moment where they weren't sure whether or not they were going to be able to keep this dog, or if they were going to, turn the dog over to the pound because they couldn't get the dog to behave. Well, enter Ridgeside Canine Nashville. They go in and they teach these dogs how to be less aggressive. They teach these dogs how to go to the bathroom outside or deal with anxiety better. They give them the tools for basic obedience. That's what I mean when I say that Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they have helped save the lives of thousands of dogs across Middle Tennessee. So if you've got a dog with doggy problems, call my friends at Ridgeside Canine Nashville. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-878-0380. 615-878-0380. You can find them online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. They've got a lifetime support guarantee, and they are there for you 24/7. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. 7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People definitely chiming in on the Super Text line at 615-737-9986. 6707 says this. $5 for diesel. The stock market has lost 4,000 points. Groceries up 3%. And you believe we're winning. Don't forget the ground troops. Here's the deal. And if you listen closely to what I said, we are winning the military war. The political war is something very different. And but I also believe that once this thing is over, and if we do everything that Donald Trump wants to do with Iran, then that stock market is going to go right back up. Inflation is going to go right back down, and the price of gas will go down as well. So, yeah, I think that this thing has to wrap up in the next several weeks. And if it does, then that will give all of the things that I just mentioned time to reset and go back to where they were before this whole thing started, and maybe even better. Now, what does Donald Trump say about ground troops in Iran? And this was last night on Air Force One.
Are you considering still putting boots on the ground, and would you do that without going to Congress?
I just have lots of alternatives. We have tremendous numbers of ships over there. We don't need them all because of, the power. Look, I would say we're just like we're ahead of schedule on the ballroom. In a much bigger way, we're ahead of schedule with Iran. We're weeks ahead of schedule. If you would have said that in 3 days we were going to knock out 158 ships, their entire Navy, which we did, we knocked out their entire Air Force. We knocked out most of their missiles. That's why you see missile attacks, but they're sputtering. And we have a group, it's really a new regime. It's a new group of people that we've never dealt with before, that are acting very reasonable. It is truly regime change.
All right, so that is Donald Trump. The president says we've got 3,000 targets left to bomb. We've hit about 13,000 so far. And again, he said that a deal with Iran could happen fairly quickly. And all of this as some in Iran are denying that negotiations are even taking place. And as far as the bombing goes, the very latest out of Iran, we've knocked out power in another major round of attacks this weekend. We've got massive ships and massive numbers of troops on those ships in the region, and Iran continues to saber rattle. It is 8 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News. Happy Monday, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. TSA officers are getting their back pay today thanks to a memo that was signed by President Trump. It redirects funds, and after lawmakers failed to reach a deal on their pay. So will that be enough to get TSA workers to return to their jobs?
It's not enough at all. We're only going to be back paid for the paychecks that we've missed. Moving forward, we don't know if we're going to get paid in another 2 weeks.
That worker speaking to ABC News, the president of the TSA Workers Union says TSA workers need a $10,000 bonus to return to work. Well, there's word that 50,000 U.S. troops are now in the Middle East. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, speaking with ABC News this morning, was asked about President Trump's threats to take the oil from Iran's Karg Island.
The president has a number of options available to him if he so chooses to prevent that from happening. Obviously, I'm not going to discuss what those options are, and we're not going to discuss military tactics. The Department of War would be in charge of those things. I'd refer you to them, but obviously they're not going to discuss it with you either. But there is a way forward here to achieve our objectives.
Yeah, in a Truth Social post this morning, President Trump said if Iran doesn't sign a peace deal, then the U.S. would conclude the war by blowing up and completely obliterating electric plants and oil wells across the country. Look closer to home, Governor Bill Lee may consider a bill today that was passed by House Republicans on Thursday. It makes it a crime for public officials to release confidential immigration enforcement information. This comes after Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell was tied to the release of ICE officers' information, their names, during ICE arrests in Nashville last May. It was an incident the Tennessean calls inadvertent. The bill says public officials who do so will be removed from office. There's a meeting scheduled for 5 o'clock tonight at the Rutherford County Courthouse. It's the public emergency meeting to consider disciplinary action against library director Luann James. She has refused to move nearly 200 children's books with sexual LGBTQ themes to the adult section, as directed by the board. James says that doing so would violate children's First Amendment rights. The board says her actions amount to insubordination and she may be fired. And does Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have a ketamine problem? She apparently dropped $19,000 in campaign cash on a psychiatrist who specializes in ketamine therapy. His name is Brian Boyle. A ketamine addiction would be just the start, though, of her troubles.
The National Legal and Policy Center filed a joint complaint with the FEC and the Office of Congressional Conduct, demanding that authorities determine whether the money paid to Dr. Brian Boyle was fraudulently documented as leadership training and consulting.
That's Lisa Booth on Fox News. The New York Post investigation says that money was spent for personal psychiatric therapy for AOC or for her campaign staff. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures this morning on the rise. President Trump has signaled some progress in the talks with Iran. So the Dow futures at the moment are up 335 points. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So in Lebanon, East Badur Parkway, the southbound side at East Main Street, it's blocked in that area. There's a serious crash there. In Brentwood, Old Hickory Boulevard at Seven Springs Way, that's another scene of a crash. And the delays are starting to ease now on 24 westbound as you make your way in through the Laverne area all the way up to Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Stop the music. Just stop the music. All right. Joan?
Yes.
Sam? I've got to, you know how sometimes you have like, sounders or music beds or whatever for, particular people?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I've got a new sounder for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. So every time we talk about her, we'll play this. Joan, do you know what that sound is? Let me play it one more time. Joan?
It's the chiropractor cracking her back.
Sam?
It's handcuffs.
Attaboy.
Oh, handcuffs.
I heard your story, and I'm like, oh, I've got to just...
Yeah, isn't that just an incredible, crazy story?
You know what? Knowing her, and I don't know, is this a news story?
Yeah, it broke over the weekend.
Yeah.
Hasn't she been in trouble before? Alexandra Ocasio. Oh, wait, I mentioned her name.
Campaign spending kind of.
That's going to get old really quick. All right, I won't do it again. But she's been busted. Hasn't she been busted for stuff like this
for
before?
misusing funds?
Yeah.
Or ketamine. Okay, misusing funds.
Oh, it was it the dress?
Yeah.
The Met Gala,
Met Gala dress.
Tax the rich.
Yeah.
Remember that whole thing?
That cost $30,000 to make.
Okay, so remind me what ketamine does. Like, I should know this because of the whole thing with...
Man.
Huh?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
I mean, it does a lot. As far as... It's a pain reliever. It's a...
Is it a drug?
Yeah.
Is it an illicit drug?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's... All right. Because
it's a horse tranquilizer.
People say that Elon Musk is on ketamine, do they not?
They did say it before,
it's a legal therapy.
Yeah, it's legal.
It is a legal therapy.
Yeah, the question here is, were the funds used?
Yeah, $19,000.
I think I'd have a problem with a member of Congress hooked on ketamine. I mean, it's something that's addictive.
Yeah.
4 separate expenditures by Ocasio-Cortez and her campaign sent to Dr. Boyle were designated as leadership training and consulting.
Hold on, you didn't use your fingers. The air quotes.
Oh, sorry, the air quotes,
Yeah, leadership training.
Leadership training and consulting. The complaint alleges that the funds were expended instead for personal psychiatric services provided to AOC or members of her campaign staff. You know, I'm not real surprised that AOC would have a psychiatrist. I think people like AOC, they're so full of drama anyway that, I mean, a psychiatrist almost is par for the course, right?
She has been pretty open about, there you go. While AOC has been in therapy in the past, she should spend her own money if she needs psychiatric help.
I would also argue then maybe you're not fit to serve in Congress if you've got such issues that you require therapy that costs tens of thousands of dollars in taxpayer money.
Do you remember 2021, right? January 6th, 2021, when Ocasio-Cortez shared that she was in therapy to process the trauma? Didn't we figure out that she wasn't even in the same building?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
It's like she wasn't even close to where the action was. And yet she said that she was in therapy. Well, I wonder if she needs to be in jail.
That's not even the funniest Congresswoman story of the weekend.
No? What's the funniest?
Oh, the funniest would be the small East African territory of Somaliland saying that they will willingly accept Ilhan Omar on extradition.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Because J.D. Vance said that she
should
be extradited.
Definitely committed immigration fraud.
Yeah, J.D. Vance said that last week, right?
Yes. So their Twitter account posted, "Deportation, please. You're just sending the princess back to her kingdom. Extradition? Say the word."
No.
Yeah.
Do you think that they would actually extradite her?
They would,
kick her out?
But then Somalia would probably invade Somaliland, and there'd be a whole tiff over it.
I think that's pretty funny. And she, you know what? Listen, she's been out there talking big. I don't have the audio in front of me, but Ilhan Omar has been out there talking big, like, "Oh yeah, I can live anywhere." Really? Okay.
Wow, when you're worth $30 million off a bogus wine company that never really existed,
she could buy Somalia with $30 million
buy
and have
Somalia
some
with a bag of
millions.
Skittles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you what. Anyway, so AOC says this. They say that she says, after the 6th, January 6th, I took some time, and it was really Ayanna Pressley when I explained to her what happened to me, like the day of, because I ran to her office and she was like, "You need to recognize trauma." Ocasio-Cortez told public radio show Latino USA in 2021. So she said, yeah, I'm doing therapy, but also I've just slowed down. I think the Trump administration had a lot of us, especially Latino communities, in a very reactive mode.
I'm sorry. Her go-to here was Ayanna Pressley.
Can I just say this, though? If there's anyone who would recognize like distress and trauma, it would be Ayanna Pressley, because she stresses everyone else out with her lunacy.
She was under so much stress, she lost her hair.
Yeah. Yeah, you and Ayanna Pressley have the same look.
She does, and I'm not gonna criticize Ayanna Pressley for the whole hairline thing, because I think she's got some sort of thing.
You wear it way better.
Anyway, yeah, we do have the same look.
She
looks like a linebacker, Ayanna Pressley.
She does.
Like, I would not be surprised if the Titans like called her up and, hey, we got a new stadium. You want to come play linebacker for us? Whatever.
I mean, and she still hasn't answered as to how she's worth $9 million off of the Congress salary of $174,000.
Ayanna Pressley's worth. How do these people make this money?
Isn't Joan? Correct me. Isn't her husband the felon?
Her husband?
Yeah. Right? No.
Joan's like, don't get me wrapped up into this.
Not really sure.
Just for the record, all I did was say she looked like a linebacker.
Yeah, he's
Sam is the one that's talking about how Ayanna Pressley's husband is a
her husband is a convict, ex-con, and he's the one that slapped the phone out of that guy's hand. You played this video on the show a few months back in January.
Yes. Okay. Very good.
Convicted drug trafficker.
So what's going to happen to AOC? Like, is she going to be hauled off to prison?
She should do like a pack of cigarettes thing. You
know what she'll do. You know what she'll do. She'll say, "Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that the campaign funds couldn't be used for that." Or this was for my campaign staff, which is what they're already.
This is how they're able to put up with me. I need to be in a medicated state via ketamine.
Yeah. I don't think they'll see any time for this.
I think, though, that, like, I think that's a legit question. Like, okay, so if you're on ketamine, then are you in the right state of mind to be, doing this kind of, to being voting on bills and, participating in hearings in Congress and that kind of thing?
I'm sure it'll come up, but in the way that they administer ketamine in a therapeutic sense is that it's very, very small doses administered in a very drawn out. Basically, you're combining the psychotropic effects of the drug with talk therapy, and it's allowing you to
talk therapy.
Yeah,
what is that?
Talking to a therapist.
Oh, talking to a therapist
while you're under the influence of it allows you to. And I'll say the science is pretty proven. It allows you to further process emotions and stuff like that. So there could be legitimate therapy.
Yeah.
But if I'm Speaker of the House and that's a concern, we've got a member that is mentally ill and needs our care and support. Pack of cigarettes method. Okay, we busted little Johnny smoking. Now you get to smoke the whole pack. So, okay, if you're saying that you need this therapy because there's some serious trauma going on, you might need to be excused from your role in Congress, and we will make sure we get you institutionalized and the proper help that you need until you can be released in society.
Can I just say this, too? Like, January 6th of 2021 was like 5 years ago? It's 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Get over it. I mean, you weren't even close to the action. I mean, I think that there are some people, and they happen to be usually people on the left, that like to sort of bask in the glow of being mentally ill. I mean, look at the...
I know, right?
Look at the No Kings thing over the weekend.
Yeah.
Good Lord, those people are nuts.
Yes.
So I need to remind you, I need to find... Sam, can you see if you can find, or maybe people, if you can crowdsource this, find me, because I didn't save it, and I thought that I did, the grown men in diapers. There were grown men in diapers. Like, this kind of, you know what? Maybe what we need to do, this is going to sound totally stupid. I know this is not possible. But you know what we ought to do, Joan? We ought to, like, like when they have these No Kings protests again, just, like, fly an airplane over them and drop ketamine from the sky. Maybe it'll help all of them. Do you know what I mean?
It'd be a very interesting social science experiment.
Why not? How do you take? I don't do drugs. So how do you take ketamine? Is it like a pill?
Yeah, orally. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Would it help me sleep? Because that's what I really need.
Yes, but your dreams would be really, really weird.
Okay, moving right along.
But I mean, you'd probably process a lot of trauma in a very short.
Listen,
amount
if
of
I'm
time.
dreaming, I'm sleeping, and that's a good thing.
You don't want to end up in a K-hole. That's what happens when you've had too much ketamine.
Got it. Okay. 8:17.
Methinks you know too much about this. Go on.
I was going to say, Sam, you're pretty.
I watch the documentaries and things.
Hey, Joe.
Never done it. Never done ketamine.
Hey.
Do we need to address this now? Never done ketamine. No air quotes needed.
I'm putting
Never
air
done
quotes
it.
up, Joan, just to trigger Sam. Got to go. 8:17. We're late for traffic. Check the roads on WTN. (8:18) on WTN. As far as your weather goes, mostly sunny today, breezy, and a high near 80. Matthew Perry, that was a big ketamine thing, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the doctor, and that was, I think, he was charged. He may have been found guilty.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died from an overdose of ketamine.
Yeah. Not recommended that you do that in the hot tub either.
That's how he died.
Well, yeah, but didn't he have a lot of ketamine?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of ketamine. Not that I'm planning on taking a little bit of ketamine. I'm just saying that I have a hot tub and I wouldn't take
Similar
ketamine.
to how you, like, it's, you go to the resorts and it's posted, no alcohol in the hot tub because it'll make you sick.
Hey, can I ask a question? Does Tiger Woods not have enough money to hire his own driver?
You would think.
Like full time?
Honestly. It's,
Like, dude,
I
how
think
many
everybody's asking that.
How many cars is he going to roll?
That one was
At
impressive.
least two.
Like the road that one was on, and you managed to flip it sideways. That's impressive, in my opinion.
And he, if I'm not mistaken, he rolled it so he landed on the side, on the driver's side. So he had to like crawl out the passenger side car door, right?
I wonder if he calls it a tiger crawl.
I don't know. Anyway, so and you heard about I'm sure you heard about the news over the weekend that because he's dating Trump
Junior's ex-wife.
Junior's ex-wife. What is her name, Joan?
Whose first name?
The Tiger Woods' girlfriend,
Vanessa Trump.
Vanessa Trump.
And it's Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife,
Right.
with whom he had 5 kids.
So apparently, Tiger Woods was not allowed to drive any Trumps around, according to the Secret Service.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad he is.
Yep.
That Lord, man.
And he was, he's on the verge of making a comeback. He wasn't going to be at the Masters this year, but he was going to start going again and being competitive. But I think it's all erased now. I think.
Yeah.
Possibly. It's going to be dependent on blowing a 000 at the scene of the incident. I get Florida says it makes it a crime to not submit to a blood test at the request of an officer or something, but there are wiggle room areas in that for court. So I'd be interested to see if he ends up with anything on his record.
He might, because the authorities in Florida, they want to ensure that it doesn't look like Tiger Woods got preferential treatment, right? So, you have, there's, some good things to being a celebrity, and there's some bad things to being a celebrity. If you want to kind of be on the down low on something, it's terrible to be a celebrity. But if you maybe want to try to finagle some special treatment, it's great to be a celebrity. However, they may decide, you know what, next time you're going to kill somebody. And so we're going to throw the book at you. And they could do that to Tiger Woods, who, by the way, do you know how much Tiger Woods is worth? Joan, don't Google it. Joan, how much is Tiger Woods worth?
Oh, it's got to be, 50 mil.
What? Sam?
What?
55 mil.
Good Lord, 1.5 billion.
Oh, wow.
Remember, I'm all about pop culture now so that I can talk to Amy about pop culture since I talk too much politics in my house.
So if we're talking pop culture, then he was probably in a rush to go get some Vanessa Trump pancakes.
Did she make pancakes?
That's a reference to the Swedish maid that ruined his first marriage.
Oh.
Donald Trump Jr.?
No. Tiger.
Tiger
slept with his Swedish maid, who was apparently her pancakes were famous in that house and weren't the only famous cakes in that house.
People don't know those little details, Sam.
He said we're talking pop culture,
Is
so I
that
went
is that
for it.
is that when his first wife, whoever she was, with the golf club and beat up the car?
Yep.
Oh, that was so funny. I remember that.
I would prefer more of those Tiger-related headlines than saddled man flips car.
Yeah, and I don't feel sorry for him.
Nope.
I mean, I don't feel sorry for him at all. People are like over the weekend, like talking about how they feel. Are you kidding? This dude has had more chances than somebody else who's had a lot of chances. I don't know, whatever. But I mean, $1.5 billion. Dude, you can afford he could afford his own fleet of drivers.
Yeah. After hearing that number, throw the book at him, take his license away. He can make arrangements moving forward.
And you know what the other deal is? Like that mugshot, Joan, did you see the mugshot? Bleary-eyed and all that?
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
May not have been alcohol, but there could have
No,
been
it wasn't.
something involved.
No, it wasn't alcohol. It was it was some sort of pill or something. And you know what? Maybe we're not being well, he did refuse the urine
Yeah,
test.
refusing the urine in the blood's going to be a big thing.
Yeah, that's because I mean, if you're on, you know what I'm on today? I'm on Zyrtec. So if I knew that Zyrtec was illegal and then I refused to do a urine test, then I automatically look guilty. However, if I'm on something that's legal, like a Zyrtec, I'm like, yeah, give me the cup.
Yes and no.
Not afraid of the cup.
If the prescription, here's the thing, he could very well have a prescription for something that he's not told, hey, if you take this, don't drive. And then if he turns around and does it anyway, that's going to violate, that's under the influence of something. So
6455. You guys sound like a bunch of gossips. You're worse than The View.
What?
That hurts.
None of us have ever been on one of Jeffrey Epstein's planes. How dare you?
Hey, you know what? I've got Joan, Sam, I've got a new sounder every time that we mention Tiger Woods.
That was
Yeah.
All right, 824 Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we will take a look at whether TSA agents have started receiving their paychecks in their bank accounts this morning. We've got a report on it coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan, at 825 on Super Talk 99.7. I want to tell you about my friends at Contours. By the way, go to my social media. Go to my Instagram or my Facebook at Dan Mandis Show. Scroll down a little bit. We did a little reel, if you will, for Contours, talking about Murphy Show did one as well. And for me, I've been doing some of the facials these days. Murphy Show has been doing the body contouring. But I got to tell you, we're almost to April, right? We're almost to April. So beach weather, lake weather, swimming pool weather, it is coming. It is coming fast. So if you need to get that beach bod back, well, that begins right now. That work begins right now. My friends at Contours, they can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, they can use that red light technology for facials or for body contouring. Let's talk about body contouring. They're going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it is your belly, your arms, or your legs, whatever problem area you have. They can solve those problems. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. And yes, I usually fall asleep during my treatments. Now, real men and women from Franklin and all across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours. Yes, they have been seeing real results. Red light technology, red light therapy, it is all the rage. It is here to help you feel better about yourself. So what you want to do, because right now they've got a special going on just for listeners to my show. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. Right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of just $99. You see results or it is free. And yes, again, the first 10 callers right now get a special introductory price of just $99. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime, contoursllc.com, contoursllc.com. Contours, all you've got to lose is inches.
Good morning, now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Students and staff at Kenwood Middle School were greeted by counselors today. That's in Clarksville. It was the first day back at class after a devastating bus crash Friday. This parent speaking to Channel 4 about kids going on those school bus trips.
You send your kid on these field trips and you just assume that they're going to be okay, and this is literally every parent's worst nightmare.
Yeah, it sure is. The school bus collided with a dump truck and an SUV Friday while transporting students and staff on a field trip. THP is still investigating. They say the cause is still unclear. The two students killed were Zoe Davis and Ariana Pearson. Well, as promised, TSA agents are now starting to get paid. Here's Bill Malusian on Fox News moments ago.
We can confirm that at least some TSA agents have started getting paid as of this morning. Our team down at Atlanta Airport just talked to a handful of those agents there. They confirmed they did get a paycheck today, though one agent did say his was about 30 hours short of what he had worked. But looking at the bigger picture here, as these airports start trying to get back on track, Border Czar Tom Homan says ICE agents will be staying at those airports until things are running smoothly again.
TSA employees have been required to work 42 days of this shutdown. It began February 14th. Fighter jets scrambled over Palm Beach yesterday for a civilian airplane that breached the airspace restrictions near President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. The restrictions are put in place while the president is at the estate. They're lifted when he travels. Well, during yesterday's incident, fighter jets deployed flares to get the attention of the pilot, and that aircraft was then escorted out of the restricted area. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
$8:33, Super Talk 99.7, Generator Supercenter. Listen, we have indeed had a rough 2026 with power outages. And if you've been, like a lot of Middle Tennesseans, if you've been speaking with your family about a backup home standby generator, my friends at the Generator Supercenter, they can help you. So talk to your family, then talk to the pros about these important generators, the backup home standby generators. Now, Generator Supercenter, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Now, this is not only a huge investment in your home, but also in your family's safety. Now, Generator Supercenter, the reason why they're so popular, the reason why they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer is because they do feature expert installation and, yes, 24-hour monitoring. So the second that the power goes off in your neighborhood, your power is going to turn right back on. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. So call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Really slow going on 24 westbound this morning from Laverne all the way up through Nashville. There may be an incident this morning in that Laverne area. It's not clear from the traffic cameras at this point what that may be. Things are looking pretty normal now on 40 and on 65 heading in. Everything else looks good as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Need some audio, Sam? Morning to you, friends, and welcome on into the crisscross handoff. Hey, Chris Jones back.
I know. I was excited.
Big hype.
I went in. I saw Joan. I ran up to give her a hug, and she just put her hand up. She said, "No, please, no."
Not on Monday.
She said, "See me tomorrow."
Is there a moratorium on hugs on Monday? Because I don't know about you, but I've got a moratorium on hugs Monday through Sunday.
Oh.
Yeah. What? Anyway. Hey, Chris, what'd you do this weekend? Did you berate any other fathers at Little League games?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Right.
I think most of my weekend was spent just throwing down mulch.
Oh, yeah, it's that time of
Bane
year.
of my existence. Luckily, the kids are getting old enough, and they still have teeny tiny little fingers that they were able to weed between the bricks.
What exactly is mulch?
Chopped up wood.
Okay.
With something sprayed on it.
Yeah.
We got the black mulch. Yeah. It's a bit of a color guarantee. It was on sale. I felt like a pro. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't do this stuff often. I don't like to do it.
Yeah.
But when I do it, I like to feel real cocky about it, you know?
Yeah, you get up to your elbows in mulch.
I get done, and I stand there, and I admire what I've done for a moment.
Sure.
I take a deep breath, and I go get the wife, and then we both admire what I've done there for a moment.
Wow.
Then we go back in, we grab the kids. They said, "Dad, what are we doing?" I said, "We're admiring this for a moment." I let it all soak in.
Please
Before you put them to work.
Please admire my mulch.
Please admire.
We took some ground up wood and dirt and put it on top of some other dirt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. My little one, we have a rose bed, and she goes, "Kind of like the dirt better, Dad." Oh,
wow.
All right.
You ever spread manure?
No.
Like when you're not on the radio?
No. But
Come on, man. Sam.
It doesn't have the same effect when it's delayed.
I think it's funnier. When
You know
it's
what the
delayed.
funny thing is though? Like I was waiting and waiting and waiting to like get that joke in, and it really didn't land like I thought it would. Okay, very good.
I was listening.
a little bit more mean.
I was listening to you guys on the way in, though. It's like it is like so embarrassing for these liberals. Like you spent your weekend yelling about something that we don't worry about. That's great.
Yeah.
You probably had some things on your to-do list that would have been a better use of your time.
Well, we went around and we talked about what we did this weekend, and we all did things that were fun. And then you had these people. So this is, and we'll just play a little bit of this. This is because I played it in the 6, so it's a while ago now. But these are some of the No Kings protesters. You ready? So, and by the way, did you see the guy? Did anybody? I've been so busy today. Did anybody send in? Did you see the adult male diaper guy?
Dan has been searching frivolously for this man in a diaper parading around, but I think I found a clip of it.
But it's like one of the most dangerous things to Google, too.
Yeah.
Adult male in diaper.
in public.
At work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I Googled it. Well, all right. So if you found it, Sam, send it to me, if you would, so that I can share it with the people.
They don't want to see it.
Listening. Anyway, but this interview, I think, really does personify the entire No Kings movement over the weekend.
So what brings you out today?
No King's Day.
And why specifically are you out supporting No King's Day?
I think protest is important.
Why are you protesting?
How much time do you have?
A couple minutes. And what's the main reason you're out here protesting President Trump?
I agree with a lot of the decisions that are being made.
Like what?
Is there any decision in particular you disagree with?
Now, at this point, her eyes start darting around for help. because there's nobody to help her with the answer here.
But how are you not prepped for that?
Exactly.
Like even the lowest of hanging talking points are there for you.
Yeah.
On a whim.
Well, she's clearly just getting paid to be there by those 500 liberal organizations.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yes.
Okay, so I would start with well,
Doing great.
I don't even think it's appropriate for me to have this interview.
Wow. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job. You know what?
Way to represent.
Sometimes when you get hired by a corporation or an entity, you go through some training. Clearly, George Soros and company have not. They've fallen.
So y'all can sit here and ask me all the questions y'all want to. I'm going to answer with the same answer, so y'all can shoot if y'all please. I'm here so I won't get fined.
What is that? I'm here.
It's a Marshawn Lynch reference from.
Oh.
He's doing the Super Bowl media day, and he's like, "I'm just here so I won't get fined."
Okay. Random, but
He brought it
okay.
up.
Very, very random.
Yep.
No, you know what, Joan? I've learned that when Chris and Sam are in on the joke, we're supposed to be on the joke. We're not.
We're trying to unage your brains.
Oh, whatever. Here's more.
Out of office. Would you like J.D. Vance to be the president
No,
then?
I would not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Chris, this is the guy who was wearing a sleeveless blue shirt, orange face,
You never go full orange face.
and a crown. Oh, he went full orange face. He went full orange. He sure did.
I would not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would you like to be the president?
Kamala Harris right now, but she didn't win. But
Can I point out something that we say no kings and no authoritarianism, but Kamala Harris, no one voted for her.
yes, they did. Half the country voted for her, so let's not go there.
No one was voted for her to be the nominee.
Now he gets really defensive here, and he just gets a little extra.
Yes, they did.
Isn't that what, like, authoritarian?
You're going down the wrong road right now with me. I wouldn't go any further.
What?
You know, I would say that he's got some toxic masculinity, but he really doesn't.
No, and I would heed the warnings from the orange face painted schizos in the crowd when they say you don't want to go down that road.
Yeah.
And be like, you know what? You're probably right, sir.
Authoritarian?
You're going down the wrong road right now with me. I wouldn't go any further.
What does that mean?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore. That's what it means.
I just think it's ironic that
care if
no
it's
one
ironic or not.
voted
They
for her to be
did.
the nominee. They just selected her like a
thank you.
king gets
Appreciate your
selected,
opinion,
right?
But keep it to yourself, okay? Bye. Have a good day. See ya. Take care.
What's your other sign say?
You don't need to see it.
Okay.
None of your business.
All right.
At least he was very polite. Have a great day.
Did you like my toxic masculinity joke?
Yep.
I don't think anybody got that.
Pretty
Did
much.
you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, good. And then one of my favorites was Bruce Springsteen and Jane Fonda.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here? No kings. Do it.
Do it.
So what brings you out today?
No.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out the whole do it. It's like that's all you got.
Do it. Let's go.
Lame beyond measure.
That I'm going to play it one more time just because it's so bad.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here? No kings. Do it.
Do it.
What's the first thing she says before she says, "Guess who? Guess
I
who
think
we
she
are?"
says, "Guess where?" Yeah, she says, "Guess where we are."
Oh.
Jane Fonda, and they're clearly in some sort of a tent with a couch.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here? No kings. Do it.
You know what the funny thing is? The fact that they took the, Chris, we do videos, right?
We do. People be doing videos.
People doing videos. So sure. So, you know when a video kind of falls flat?
Yep.
Yet they didn't think they'd like re-record that to be like, we need something a little punchier than do it.
You got any more oomph back there?
You got something else you can say besides just do it. It's like, do what?
I mean, I think the crazy part is we're looking at these protests and we're laughing because they're unserious and we're not really worried about them. But if the shoes were on the other foot, I just sent you a DM where there are protesters that are actively calling for the death of Donald Trump. And if it was reversed and there was a big protest that had been actively calling for the death of Kamala Harris, the media would be in full meltdown mode.
Oh, absolutely.
They would lose their minds over this. So there was a woman walking around. This was in D.C. The Daily Wire got it. And she had a sign that says she's waiting for the big, beautiful obituary.
Oh, wow. Okay, here it is. I got it right here. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
I'm just waiting for the big, beautiful obituary. And I think a lot of people are waiting for that too.
When do you think that'll happen?
Sooner than later.
All right.
Wow.
Nothing like the why not smokers laugh.
I was gonna say she's been toking on some Pall Malls or something.
She's got that Marlboro 100.
She's got that Marlboro 100 thing going on there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. So clearly, the No Kings. This is not convincing anyone. If you hated Donald Trump, you hate Donald Trump. If you love Donald Trump, you love Donald Trump.
I loved what you did with the Justin Jones stuff, where he's like, "We're such a diverse crowd, and we're here. We're multi-ethnic, and we're so diverse." So that it like pans over the crowd. It's just 70-year-old white liberals.
70-year-old white liberals. That's exactly right. You ever do a kite? You ever try to?
Well, like passing a note in prison.
What? Fly a kite?
Different kite. Sorry.
Okay. You've got to expand on that
Wait,
now.
You're not aware of the kite system in prisons?
No, I've never been in prison. Never even thought about being in prison.
People will they'll take some string and they'll put it on the note, and then they'll throw it under the door, and then other guys have fishing utensils to get the note, and they pass it from cell to cell. It's flying a kite.
Really? Okay, very good. That's not what I tried to do this weekend.
No.
What I tried to do weekend was literally fly a kite.
Okay.
And
did you have the music while you were running?
I did, actually.
Is there video going along with this on the YouTube stream of you running with a
but
kite?
I wish I did. So, me, Amy, and Riker, we are
You got
at
to redo the video.
Charlie Daniels Park, and we're trying to get this kite to fly. And there was one brief moment where I'm running, like I am running. Hair not flying in the wind, by the way. And for about 2 seconds, that kite went up in the air.
Let's go.
And then
Did somebody run into a tree?
it crashes to the ground. Amy couldn't get it up either, and Riker said, "Can we just go home?" That's what my weekend was like. It was a great moment, a great parenting moment when I'm like, I'm going to be able to get this kite up. And
Riker was very disappointed.
He was very disappointed. And I said, Amy, where did you get this kite? It sucks. You know where she got the kite? Publix. So I'm thinking that not only, because, a lot of things at Publix are overpriced. And
tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, right.
Overpriced and just not a good kite. We blamed it on the kite. I chose to blame it on the kite.
I do like how your activities are becoming more safer every time you go to Charlie Daniels Park because the kite is attached to a string.
Yes.
Unlike the drone.
That's exactly right.
It's very good. Have you thought about tying a string to the next drone that you send up just in case?
We there's not enough string for that, I don't think, because that thing when Riker flies those drones, man, they I mean, all over the place. Drones are cool.
They're very cool.
Like we're gonna get. No, we told them. We're gonna get them for Easter. We're gonna get them like some sort of a membership to a drone place.
Oh,
because there's people. When I talk about drones and how much Riker loves drones, I always get hit up on social media by like grown men that build their own drones and build their own airplanes.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm telling you, Riker would be able to do that. So
Yeah,
we're gonna somehow facilitate that.
We're gonna go with Peeps and jelly beans. That's what the kids are getting for Easter.
Peaks and jelly beans. Peeps. Well, your kids are younger.
No hollowed out chocolate bunnies?
Maybe
Okay.
one.
Gotta have them.
Well, okay, so next weekend, Amy and I are gonna go up to Kentucky, and we're gonna see little Jameson, my grandson. He's a little too young for all that stuff yet, but we got him like a big stuffed bunny. I hope he's not listening. He's like a little over a year old. But we got him a little bunny, some books, and some other stuff too.
Are you going to scar him with a scary Easter bunny photo? Where the kids freak out. Have you seen those? Have they started circulating yet on the gram where like the old school Easter bunnies that look demonic are terrifying to children?
Mike Taylor, my daughter was terrified of the Easter bunny and Santa Claus. Just terrified of them.
Yeah.
And so we've got all the pictures of her screaming. You know what I mean?
You need it.
Yeah.
It's like, especially when the kids are already scared, you're like, all right, everybody, we're going to do this quick.
That's exactly right.
We're gonna have to unpack some of this trauma with ketamine therapy years later down the road, but it's gonna be awesome for the picture.
So your kids like Peeps. Riker actually likes Peeps.
Yeah, I think they're okay with anything that has
I
sugar.
was all about jelly beans, like still to this day. Do you have a favorite jelly bean?
No, but we do. We'll get the jelly beans with the gross flavors. Have you ever done that?
Yeah.
No.
You've never done the gross flavored? Oh, we got to do this then.
Gross flavored jelly beans?
Let's do this on Good Friday. I'll get some of the jelly beans, and they'll be like rotten egg flavored. But there's also one that's marshmallow, and they look the same.
Yeah, it's called being boozled, like you're being bamboozled, and it's two flavors, two colored ones that look the same, and one's a really, really bad one, and one's a really good one.
Oh my God! You know what we do? So what we do is we need to have the bad one and the good one, and each of us pick our poison and see which one of us.
We got to do it.
Are you going to do it? Are you going to buy them? Okay.
I'm in.
All right. So, because I think that'd be funny. Do you know, Joan, do you have a favorite jelly bean flavor or color?
I love all jelly beans except for, I can eat the black one sometimes, but I'm not into that, the licorice flavor, but
Black
all
licorice,
the other ones.
Black licorice is not a candy. It's a punishment.
Yeah. I'm with you on
Black
that.
licorice are my favorite.
Ugh.
My black licorice
Ask
are my.
me if I am surprised.
This is the guy that likes
1 second.
And you like your ZQL. It's like the same thing.
ZQL?
Yeah.
I do like ZQL, actually.
Yeah.
Although it stopped working for me to put me to sleep, so I'm getting desperate.
You just do
now,
it more
whatever.
for fun, little extracurriculars.
Yep. No, but I tell you, black licorice, man, that's really
Ugh,
good.
yuck.
My dad passed it on down to me. Now, here's what's weird, though, Joan. When I was a kid, I hated it. It was only when I became an adult that I started to have an appreciation for it.
Yeah, those are gross.
It's very bizarre. When you get older, Chris, you'll start liking the black licorice. Then you'll start going bald.
These are
That's what happened to me.
None of these things excite me.
Anyway, whatever. All right, very good. So what's coming up?
Well, we'll talk about the government shutdown. We'll go through the No Kings protests, and we'll also give you the latest on Iran. Marco Rubio just did an interview with Fox News that we got the latest from, and we'll also bring you some strategy from Scott Bessent.
Okay, very good. Joan is coming up in the news.
Yeah, coming up here, a couple of middle schoolers still hospitalized after that fatal crash of the school bus on Friday. Also, Tiger Woods in trouble with the law and maybe with the president, too. Those stories at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. Is your heat or AC running more than it should, no matter the weather? Well, it could be because your window's insulation has failed. So if you've got old windows, maybe it's the original windows that came with your home, maybe it's time to upgrade with my friends at Window Nation. The pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. It's a great time to replace all the windows in your home because listen to this. Right now at Window Nation, the more you buy, the more savings you could enjoy. Up to 50% off all window styles. Now be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. Now, why do I trust Window Nation? Well, by the way, I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home, but they've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating, and that is over 45,000 5-star reviews from my friends at Window Nation. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. Now, don't forget that great deal going on right now for the month of March. So you got to call today because they're in the middle of a great deal up to 50% off all window styles. And be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options as well, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 a month. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out when you go to windownation.com, windownation.com. That's windownation.com. $8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. We get feedback.
Yeah, people are pretty excited that you like black licorice, but they're warning you, stay away from Jägermeister.
The alcohol?
Yeah. Tastes like black licorice.
It does. Wow. Maybe I should try Jägermeister.
Listen, I know you don't stop at Kami Coffee anymore on the way home because of Wally's Bean Machine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a perfect opportunity for you to be one of the early customers to the liquor store.
You know what? I used to actually stop by the liquor store on the way home. Amy and I, we used to polish off we don't do this anymore, but like a bottle of wine a night with dinner. And it's a wonder we gained so much weight in the beginning of our relationship. Now we're both much better. But yeah, I was like, this woman is turning me into an alcoholic. So we stopped it. Amy said, we're not drinking any more wine, you wino.
Perfect. Well, Jägermeister's outside of the family.
That's exactly right.
You'll be good to go.
All right, Chris is up next after Joan Jones on WTN.